A little bit of a loosener to start. Rourke just needs to hang in there. And it'll be interesting to see the approach they take to Santner. I think they might go straight to the... Well, it is a new ball, though. That's the issue there. I think they should be looking to knock him over. But his approach will be to hit, without a doubt. And if they're going to pitch the ball up, he's got a chance. Of course, they were able to just deny him runs with that short-pitched attack yesterday. And it wasn't until they pitched up that he started hitting it. A swing.
Yeah, it's better line, better shape for Atkinson. Yeah, if you're England looking at Santner, if you get him on strike, for me the thing would be to try and bowl normally. Just to start with that first ball, because you've got, as you say, brand new ball pretty much. We've seen evidence that second ball of the day, bit of swing there. Try and bowl him out. Try and, whoever it is, whether it's O'Rourke first, if you get through O'Rourke quickly, fine. But if not, bowl them both out.
Just a little too much swing.
It's one of those ones, isn't it, where first thing in the morning you start to experiment with length. And that's a lovely, lovely shape for any new ball bowler, just to see the ball going away from the right-hander there. Just want it to get the edge, not miss the edge, which might mean pushing it dangerously up a little bit further.
Well, so far around that line outside our stump, it's quite comfortable there, Rock. He'll just let that go. That's all he wants to do. Now with 2 balls remaining in the over. 2s, 4s and 6s, but I would say it'll be blocks.
When he came in as night watchman in the second test, I was kind of hoping there would be a chance for him to expand his repertoire.
Always frustrating for a bowler, isn't it, with a new ball who's swinging it, and they'll bowl that one that looks great. It swings away, but it swings away from harmlessly outside off stump. And then they go, okay, well, I can get that straighter, and they try to bowl the straighter ball that still swings, and then it just doesn't swing and goes down the leg side. I guess that's the art of being a swing bowler. Safely navigated. Rourke, that's the end of the first over today. 315 for 9.
Yeah, to be fair to Will O'Rourke, he's very good. If it's straight like that, so just drop a bat on it, defend well. If it's slightly wide, very happy to leave. It's just that little channel, top of off stump, the usual things where sometimes you'll find that bit of vulnerability. But the important thing now is what Santner's going to do himself. How he's going to approach it, how England decide to bowl to him.
Potts has the ball, and he has everyone out on the boundary. So chances are, I think it's a bit of a hedge, isn't it? He'll probably look to pitch up, try to bowl him out. That line there, and if Santner's going to score runs, they're going to have to come in boundaries. And most likely with that field, he's going to have to clear the field.
Well, there's always different ways to skin your cat, aren't there? Different captains, different tactics.
Oh, that's a ripper. That's straight and gone away and bounced.
See, that's why I would still like to have a slip or two in. I can obviously understand what Stokes is thinking, what England are thinking, which is stop him scoring, force him to take a risk maybe towards the end of the over, the last couple of balls and all the rest of it. But in the meantime, this is a beautiful delivery. Very close to the edge. If it hits the edge, if it's a feather, fine, you've got the keeper there. If it's a bit thicker than that, it's going to run away for 4. Where he was strong right at the end of the day last night was that sort of line, but fuller. When England pitched it up, he was on the front foot, arms freed, and playing those beautiful flowing shots. I mean, that last shot of the day, over, long off, just clearing the boundary for 6, was an absolute cracking shot. But that was a man who was set and swinging, seeing the ball well. This is a man having a look for the first time in the morning.
It always feels, with a field like this, like an open wicket practice, where everyone just stands out on the boundary because they don't have to turn and chase the ball. The batter gets it through, so they're standing out there to throw it back, and it's Potts' turn to practice his bowling, and Santner's out there having a bat. It just feels like an open wicket net session.
Well, no one's come in, so if he wants the one now, it's on.
Oh, he wanted to. He wanted a little fiddle at it, down to third man.
Maybe that's the subtle plan in Stokes' mind. I mean, the interesting thing, apart from anything else, looking ahead to the day, this ball, as I say, still very new, and it's 4th over. This one has pitched and moved. We've seen balls swinging as well. There's pointers ahead for England's top few, certainly the top 2, maybe the top 3 or 4.
Got you.
Slip is in now, yeah.
Pick up one. It's strange. Strange that didn't come in. It's just an easy one to retain the strike. 316 for 9.
Curiouser and curiouser. Well, the standard tactic is men come in, enough come in, last 2 balls to try and stop that one. You leave a couple out as well, you leave a few out. Someone gives it a fearful heave, goes for 4, and if you're lucky, gets 1. So you get 5 at the end of the over, each over. This way, I suppose, the only upside is you just give him 1, and that's that. And try and do it all again.
He's going to come around the wicket. Got some good swing in his first over. Atkinson. Bring it back towards Santner. So the thing here, if you're going to think, you've got opening batters who have gone through their process. They want this innings over while they're in that state for batting. They would have worked hard over the last hour to get themselves ready for today. The last thing they want to do is back around out there. So Santner can take his time. If he can keep the strike, he doesn't have to whack the ball to all parts. Sure, he'd like to keep the score ticking over, and if you get another 20, quick 20 here, that's 330 odd. You sort of go, okay, it's not bad first innings total. Wicket with a little bit of movement in it. But if he hangs out there and he annoys the opening batters, there's one of them there. It can just affect you. You can just get out of that mental state that you've worked hard before the first ball to get into. And you start getting agitated.
Is this a sort of confessional, Rick?
Well, I can talk through experience, because that was me out there getting really angry with the bowlers. Knock it over. I'm ready to bat. It's my turn now.
Yeah, you get the feeling with Duckett and Crawley as England's current openers that they have ways of dealing with that sort of thing.
I mean, the other thing is you've got a crowd who want to see the game move on too. They want to see New Zealanders running. New Zealanders want to see Tim Southee with the new ball in hand in his final game. See if you can get a couple of early ones. I'll start getting angry too. happy to take a single off the 5th ball, and rightly so. Potter will get 1 ball at O'Rourke in this over.
Well, Will O'Rourke understands his role, doesn't he? Face 1, maybe 2 if you're unlucky or lucky, depends how you see it in the over, and leave it at that. Just defend.
Oh, nicely bowled. 317 for 9.
Well, we are building a crowd again here today, not at full capacity yet by any stretch of the imagination, but lovely day in Hamilton. Bring out those broad-brimmed hats and the sunscreen. It's an absolute picture, doesn't it?
I think by and large New Zealand's test venues are very good. Made a commitment to play the majority of test matches in this country in grounds that have the big embankments around them. They're blessed to have a few of those. They've got it's temporary seating, I guess. You see just to the bottom left of the screen, but it's probably semi-permanent. It's pretty much permanently there. Some people like to sit in the stand, don't they?
Yeah, I've loved going to Hagley for the first time. In the bad old days of rugby grounds like Lancaster Park, all of it very, very different atmosphere. Hagley's beautiful, and I love the basin too. And 2 years ago we started the series at Mount Maunganui, which is beautiful as well. So you've got lots of attractive venues mixed in with the old historic venues such as the Basin Reserve. The right sort of size for a decent crowd to pitch up and enjoy Test cricket at its best. In an era where Test cricket needs help and promotion.
Slow ball. Santner just pops it out in the outer and nothing happens. We'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, these are the sort of options actually I'd like to see when the ball is flying everywhere. I.e. that last 40-50 minutes last night where the ball was disappearing to deep square leg, to deep point, to with long off, all over the shop. And no one seems to try any of the variations which you would do in the context of a white ball game when you're trying to stem the flow.
So he'll take a run on the 4th delivery. So he's happy for O'Rourke to maybe navigate a couple. Staggers me how accurate bowlers are nowadays with those variations as well. It's become such an important part of their repertoire that I imagine they actually give it the practice and that it deserves now. Before, bowlers would run in, just try to hit a line and length in the nets. At least they had an issue with you, some description. The length might change. But yeah, they might seldomly would they actually practice variations. Now you have to.
Well, it depends how much you, as it were, cross-fertilise between the codes, between red and white ball, as to what you have to learn. But we've seen batting skills transferred to Test cricket. It's obviously the most obvious thing in the last few years, not just the last few years actually, but over the last 10, 20 years, a couple of decades, is that scoring rates have increased steadily. Bowling techniques have changed, yes. Fielding techniques have changed as well. So there's no reason, very, very good reason for some of those skills acquired in white ball cricket to transfer to be used properly in Test cricket.
Nicely done by O'Rourke into the over, 318 for 9.
Just had a little stat fed to us by Richard, our man, all those miles away in his garret in Southampton, poring over his computer. Will O'Rourke's career, 166 deliveries, I think he said. Or have I missed that? I've already cobbled that. 166 deliveries for 13 runs or something like that. 13 runs.
Wants to. You'll have to run fast. Unless it's a rubbish throw. And it was a rubbish throw.
Well, he's a good fielder, is Jacob Bethel, but he had to come round and get onto his left arm as well. So in the process of picking the ball up, trying to get balanced, he didn't quite get balanced to get the full left arm throw in as flat and as straight as he would like. But the pressure was on because Santner very quickly said two. They always wanted two.
A very old school number 11, O'Rourke, isn't he? Blocks that just tries to survive. So many of them want to whack it. But if you've got a guy who's actually can be difficult to get out, and you've got a batter at the other end capable of scoring runs, I think they're worth something.
Well, that is the role. That's why when he was night watchman at the Basin Reserve, I thought, OK, he's got a chance here coming in the morning to actually play a slightly different role, just for a little bit of fun, a bit of light relief for himself.
And you look at, and he could be around for a long period of time, and you look at some of those number 11s who, as batters, just got better and better. They face international quality bowling more often, and they should work hard at their batting because everyone bats in a cricket team. Not everyone bowls, but everyone bats. And at times you may have to bat having to survive or win a game or get you through to something with pressure. So tail enders should be given just as much time and resource to try to contribute as well as they can with the bat. Happy to take one. One ball remaining in the over.
Nice, guys.
No, I look at the way that O'Rourke plays. He's not without technique. There are some number 11s you go, well, they just don't have the hand-eye for it. They're never really going to develop. But he looks like he's got a fairly sound old technique. He stays nicely in line. Navigates another 321 for 9.
Yeah, I can think of a few English number 11s over the last 20, 30 years. And I don't want to name names. That's iniquitous. And I can think of a couple where the words hand and eye and coordination never really seem to gel in the sentence. And whose willingness to be in the right place at the right time equally wasn't a natural part of their games.
Well, I will name names. And an infamous one in New Zealand is, of course, Chris Martin. And I always thought he had tremendous bravery because he had zero aptitude for batting. He was awful. And Chris Martin used to have to go out there, and he'd probably bat number 11 for his club 4th team. So, there you go. O'Rourke versus Seam in New Zealand. So he needs to be able to navigate length because they're bowling all sorts of length at him, trying everything. But Chris Martin was so brave as a number 11 because he had to go and face Brett Lees and Shab Akhtar's and these characters, and he wasn't equipped to deal with it. But he did. He's actually now, he's become a magnificent grocer. Fine grocer.
Sorry, are these two things linked?
No, he owns a supermarket now. Oh, sure, if you want to go and check cricket at the checkout, he'll be quite happy.
Just in case you've got time. Where is he then? Where's he based now?
Well, I think he's just picked one up, actually. I forget. I was told the other day it's gone in and out. But I think he's moved up. He's moved up to the big dance, which is when you get one of those, you know, proper big ones.
Please just roll somewhere around here and I'll pick it up.
Oh, in the gap. Oh, it could split the gap too. It does. Nice boundary. He's waited some time for an opportunity, Mitchell Santner, and he's pounced there with a ball that he could just pierce, fine leg and backward square.
And in the process, passes the 1,000 run mark with that average in the mid-20s. Yeah, it's clever. It's the slow ball attempted again, not quite so well delivered this time by Matty Potts. It's almost a sweep shot, isn't it? So, which he connects well with.
And then pushes one. That's good batting, that, from Santner. One ball remain in the over. Nuisance time now, as far as England are concerned. .326 for 9.
Well, you were talking about Chris Martin and his career change. Will O'Rourke, obviously his main role will be with the ball. And he's a very promising young fast bowler. But just imagine, actually, with his... He's got 4 or 5 balls to think every over about, you know, possible career changes in 10, 15 years' time. You can plan what he's going to do then, whether he's going to go follow the Chris Martin route into grocery or maybe travel.
Well, I don't think he's thinking career after cricket just yet. Oh, he's got height though, because of course when you start in the in that supermarket game, you start your little corner store, don't you? But you got to you do everything, so you got to stack the shelves. He's got the height.
It's the top shelves, isn't it?
He's got the height.
It's the top shelves.
One for the over.
Speaking of careers after cricket, Mitch Santner could put his head to it. Could have a career on the seniors golf tour. He's that good.
Well, come and join you.
He's not that good yet. But, you know, he's showing promise.
Sorry. Okay, so what's he playing off?
Well, I think he's very much a +2 or a +3, so you know, better than scratch.
Yeah, but proper golf tours, you need to be minus, don't you?
Well, that it is. Plus is minus. So like
Me.
2-3.
It's not, I confess, it's not my game.
Yeah.
I've always said
You're giving...
it was spelt wrong at birth. It should have been flog. There you go.
I know, it is confusing, isn't it? But it means plus, so you're giving shots to the course.
Point taken, learnt, noted.
This is good stuff by New Zealand this morning. A nuisance and an annoying factor.
Well, as they say, every run counts. There are times, of course, where they come quickly, as last night. And this, from New Zealand's point of view, is very, very sensible. O'Rourke is doing his job perfectly. Santner is doing his well.
That's a ripper. Yeah, it's out. I thought it had beaten everything. He's going to review it straight away, I believe.
TV umpire to directors. We have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is out. I've checked both feet. It's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Thank you. Front on coming up here. It's gone close to the bat there. Can we go to ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up now. Hassan. One more frame through there. Yep, I've got a flat line and goes past the bat and then flips to the back pad or back to the pad. You'll be overturning your decision to not out, Hassan. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
Well, it was just such good delivery, and it was the reaction of the players was, well, that's out. You know, you get number 11 out at the end of it. There's never really a big celebration, and I think on that sort of feel alone and the quality of the delivery, the umpire gave it out.
Well, it was a very, very fine delivery. As for the matter is that.
You know, I look at what's happening with the second new ball here this morning, and I'm starting to think that 327, anything from now, it's not a bad first innings total.
Yeah, that might just have crossed Ben Stokes' mind as well. I mean, the danger in this game is assumption, isn't it? From what everyone has seen of England's batting in the first couple of test matches, where they've made runs in quantities and quickly, but if you analyse it slightly more in depth, it's basically been Harry Brook, outstanding, Joe Root, outstanding, bit from this man from Ben Stokes as well, and one or two other innings as well, but there have been failures too. And those failures have come when the ball has done stuff. I mean, Wellington, they were, what, 40 for 4 again, first innings, and recovered through Harry Brook. Absolute genius innings of his. And these conditions today, I mean, as you quite rightly say, there's a little something left in that pitch. It might have browned up a bit, it might have dried out a bit overnight, but there's still something left there if bowlers get it right and put the pressure back on batsmen. And if they don't take the time to get used to the pitch.
Never ever batted in this situation where you're hitting the ball out to the boundary riders and just not taking a run. This would not sit well with me. I'd struggle to resolve it.
Just checking here, so you never found yourself in this position?
Well, not that I was aware of.
Well, that's what happens to your top order. You've got to last a while to get down to the bottom order.
I just think it was more of a case of he worked so hard for every run to turn him. You just can't turn him down. But I'm in favour as a leader. I mean, my leadership style is to empower people. And if you're out there with a cricket bat, I'll empower you to actually play your part as a batsman. And that's good leadership. And you know, what's it saying when you turn down runs and shield a player from the strike? You're saying you're not very good. I don't like you.
It's for the greater good.
I want to give people confidence. You know, blow them up a bit. So, mate, you're out here to bat. It's me and you. We're going to bat normally.
For the greater good.
Oh, over pitched, edge, that'll go for 4. Very, very tidy. Santner's not happy, but he should be. Because he's not on strike. He was trying to get 1. So that's the end of the 90. At 331 for 9.
The lower order resistance continues for New Zealand. O'Rourke doing a perfect job, and Santner as well. It's been a bit of a slow morning, Ish Sodhi. England desperate to get this last wicket and get out there and have a bat.
Yeah, they'll be ruining this opportunity to get William O'Rourke on strike for 6 balls.
Could have been just remind me of O'Rourke and Wellington, the night watchman, and now he just gets to probably play a similar role in terms of getting Santner on strike. What is it like being a night watchman? You've done it a few times.
Yeah, Katie, being a night watchman is obviously quite a nerve-wracking prospect at times. You go out to bat, you know, often the light's a bit of an issue. It's quite dark. Certainly the bowlers have got a bit of wind up their backs. But I think as a night watchman, you always look towards the next day and you think, oh, this is my chance to actually put a score on the board and, you know, get myself a nice 50 or 60, you know, potentially 100, but you don't want to think too far ahead there.
100? Oh, he sort of feels like a night watchman now, doesn't he? Just being able to get Santner on strike, and he doesn't have the benefit of being able to wally it. Although I'm sure he's getting some nice encouragement from the England field to say, come on, mate. People are here to watch a few boundaries. Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You know, that was slightly out of character shot there from Will O'Rourke. He's done a great role this morning, I think. Giving the strike to Mitch Santner as much as he can, and England are playing a really patient brand of cricket here, ensuring that Mitch Santner's not getting easy boundaries. But you see the way he swung at that. I think he was trying to get a boundary out there. No fielders out there, so it's nice to see he's actually trying to score some runs out there too, because as we know, every run out there is going to be very valuable. Certainly a bit of seam movement out there, Katie. I think the New Zealand bowlers will be looking at this and still be a little bit encouraged that there's still something in the surface for them to work with.
Yeah, you don't feel like any batter really felt like they were in yesterday because of that up and down bounce. It's definitely evened out in terms of the bounce. This end, batting from this end, you feel is a little bit more consistent. You see a little bit of dirt off the ground come up off the wicket, but yeah, definitely facing at the other end, that was where there was that variety of bounce, whether it stayed low or some hit the shoulder of the bat. Just not that feeling of being in, because you just can't hit through your drives, and we saw a number of shots caught point, backward point, Mitchell in front as well.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing about Hamilton soil, the Padamahoe soil can often offer that little bit of variable bounce. We've certainly seen it in this test match so far. As you spoke about, the two ends being quite different in their characteristics. I think it's going to be important to try to exploit those with the ball.
Pass the bat again. Frustration continues for England. 3:31 for 9. But all of the fielders, they spread straight away. It's quite a contrast from last night where New Zealand went big the last 8 overs or so. Southey, he's just ticking up those sixes tallies up to 98 now. It was explosive last night. Nice touch from England. And it was really, you know what, clear the front leg and get going, Tim Southey.
It's exactly right. It's vintage Tim Southey, as you can see, backing away and really hammering that cow corner. We've seen it over a number of years. 26% of his runs in Test career have come in sixes. It's the highest percentage on the list. 2 sixes away from 100. If you're looking to get those in the second innings, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he's going to die wondering.
Pretty cool with Chris Gale. Gully in place. What do you make of this in terms of the fields? It's fully spread and really just restricting New Zealand's ability to hit the boundary. Also the two, so it's just really taking time out of the game, although we are on morning of day 2. Do you agree with what Ben Stokes is doing at the moment, or would you like to see a bit more attacking fields?
Yeah, personally, I think it's a really good plan from England. I think they're trying to drag it out as long as they possibly can. And, you know, if we're worried about time in the game, I think a lot of the test matches haven't really gone to that 5th day. So time's not really an issue, but I think every run's valuable.
Swing away and hit the fielder. Just again a sign that they're happy just to get those ones, just to keep Santner on strike. Again, the bowlers are coming up. They're saying, are we going to change something different here? 3 balls of the over gone. Continue to be the same.
I think David Gower made a really interesting point earlier. If they did have the field up for those last couple of balls of the over and they're able to score that boundary, Mitchell Santner's been striking the ball really nicely. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher to be able to stem that run flow, but that's what England are doing with this field. They're doing it really well. Here's Mitchell Santner this innings. Obviously his scoring area has been looking really strong on that offside there. A couple of long sixes over that mid-off area. It's important to have those fielders on the boundary when he's batting with William O'Rourke in this little innings here. I think this partnership's been fantastic, but England are trying to drag it out as long as they can, and he hasn't been able to score those boundaries as he did last night.
I look at that and I think 6% on that in front of the leg side, and you think Mitchell Santner, who's so good through that mid-wicket area. Well, O'Rourke's got a couple of balls to face here. You're so used to seeing him clear that front leg, but because last night you felt he moved across onto the offside, sometimes he was actually off the wicket as well, and allowed him to be able to hit through that offside position because he has that clear front leg. He's able to hit on the offside, and when it's a little bit tighter to him, he can hit through that mid-wicket area.
Exactly right. I think he had a lot of power over that mid-off area, and it's not that easy to do, but I think he was trying to counter-attack. The English bowler's trying to bowl slightly shorter length. Keeps it out again with O'Rourke.
They're overdone. 3-3, 2 for 9. Yeah, the slap down to long off for 6. It would have been probably my favourite. How you get your hands above the ball to be able to whack it like that, I don't know.
Yeah, he's a very talented sportsman, Mitch Santner. It's almost like he's playing a tennis forehand when he's doing that, isn't he? Any sport that I've seen him play, certainly, except for 10-pin bowling, he goes pretty good. Very, very talented ball striker. A lot's been spoken about his golf game. Hits a big ball, but it was certainly great to see the way that he played last night.
after the strong partnership, all starts for New Zealand's top order, really, but no massive partnership. 105 for that opening partnership. Nuts to think the highest partnership in both of these teams this series is 18. So it just shows how well New Zealand were able to absorb pressure. And then maybe just as the ball got softer as the day had gone on and that bounce just sort of evened out, it made it a lot tougher in terms of those stroke makers to be able to play their shots as they would have liked.
Yeah, I think the consensus has been that there's been a little bit of tennis ball bounce. It's been slightly poppy. You saw 3 dismissals being caught in the ring, on drives. I think that's a good indication that the wicket is slightly slow. It'll be interesting to see if the sun bakes it out and makes it slower or hardens it up a bit.
Just more nibble back in. Yeah, when you talk about not feeling in as a batter, you think about where players play all around the world nowadays. The England wickets are getting a lot flatter. A lot of cricket in the subcontinent it allows you just to hit through the ball, so you don't necessarily have to track the ball as late as you'd usually like underneath your eyes. You can sort of just predict where it's going to go and throw your hands at the ball, whereas when it is a little bit slower, you have to check your shots a little bit more. And so you feel like you play the same shot and one hits the middle of the bat, goes for 4 along the ground, you do the same one, it just holds up slightly.
Yeah, I think we saw that a little bit last night as well. Tom Blundell played a couple of really nice cover drives, hit the ball really nice and hard, especially bowling from the Tim Southee end. But then towards the other side of the wicket, you saw that tennis ball bounce, as soon as you saw it slightly fuller and the ball just took a little bit longer to arrive, he was caught in the covers when the ball was a little bit slower off the surface. So that variable bounce and that change in pace, I think, is quite challenging on this wicket, but I assume it's going to get better as the day goes on.
Just the status quo, a couple of more deliveries to go. The field comes back in. Walk's got a nice temperament about him when he's out in the crease. Riggers say that he was quite an old school player in terms of really strong defence, and it's something that a lot of bowlers don't get a heap of opportunity to do, is get to bat in the net. Did you get much of a chance to have a go in the net? Or I guess you're a spinner, you have to be able to bat, surely.
Yeah, well, O'Rourke's got a bit of an old soul, I reckon. He stands there. He's not one of those new kids that wants to try to hit balls for 6 all the time. It looks like he really does take pride in his wicket. A miserly strike rate of 7 in Test cricket.
I feel England are just going to hammer away here. Mix up between trying to attack those stumps, the outside edge, change your pace as well. Haven't looked to do anything too different rather than bowling those good length deliveries. Plenty of catches in place as well. One more ball here for Will O'Rourke. Still yet to score off 23 deliveries. Kicked out. Oh, not bad footwork. He's actually an Arsenal supporter, Atkinson, as well. Most excitement today. 3-3, 3 for 9. Is it? Actually, I wrote some notes on this, Ish. His dad, his granddad has a bit of history with Arsenal, and there's obviously a few things that have gone on with Tottenham. I know you know your EPL pretty well, but yeah, he's a big Arsenal fan. Apparently he was a speedy left winger and also a good hockey player as well, so definitely saw some of those footy works on show.
Strikes me as a very natural sportsman. Yeah, Katie, does strike me the wicket is still nibbling around a little bit. I think it's going to be really encouraging for some of the New Zealand bowlers to see that. If Will O'Rourke and Mitchell Santner can stick around for a little bit longer here, I think every run on the board's going to add a lot of value for the next bowling innings.
Oh, not bad. Oh, handball. Handball. South African, no chance whatsoever. He won't be playing for any EPL teams. Swung away hard, pushing for 2. He's picked out the fielder. Bethel's got around nicely. Frustration from Santner. There's 4 deliveries here for England to try and wrap up this New Zealand batting innings.
Yeah, Potts and Stokes, I think, will be very, very chuffed with that result there. Mitch Santner thought he'd found a gap and was going to get 2 runs there, but only the single, and Will O'Rourke's on strike now for 4 deliveries, and it's a big chance for England to be able to wrap this innings up.
What are you doing here if you're England? Are you going a mixing up of lengths with a shorter ball to try and keep him on his crease? And is it a death plan to bowl Yorker? Is it just that continued good length? They've got that leg gully, they've got 3 slips in place here. Someone's leg gully and square leg, so it might be a bit of a shorter plan, mixing up their lengths here.
I really think you just got to keep the stumps in play. I think the field is set to make him think they're potentially going to bowl short, keep him stuck on the crease there, but I think he's a very patient sort of batter, and I don't think he'll chase the short ball, so they don't want to waste these 4 deliveries by not keeping the stumps in play.
Oh, he's done well. He's off the mark. 25 deliveries later. Just a wee wry smile.
Almost breathing a sigh of relief there. It's Will O'Rourke down the other end. He's got the teapot on. He's done his job for the over. 3 balls to go. It'll be interesting to see if towards the back end of this over they do try to get a boundary shot out of Mitch Santner by bringing the field up, or they keep sticking to this patient plan of letting them sort of drag it out and only get singles.
Well, the other thing with the length of time that England are taking here is it just browns out that wicket a little bit more. Makes it a lot more even as well, so they're probably going to get the benefit of being out there a little bit longer. Well, I know it might be frustrating, and as a batter you always want to get out there and bat, but the continued time, the baking of the sun, 28 degrees today, it is very hot. It just takes out that extra bit of nibble there might be with the new ball, any sort of, I guess, up and down bounce in the wicket.
I think, as you can see, as the slips coming in for the last 2 balls of this over, probably indicates there's still something in the surface while the ball's nice and hard. Potts going for the Yorker there, I think, anticipating Santner trying to play the big shot.
Yeah, one more delivery. It'll be intriguing England's approach when they do have a bat of New Zealand been looking to pitch it up, and if it is that sort of stoppiness, will they continue to look to be aggressive down the ground? At the moment, that seems like a long way out. Santner on 70, doing a really good job, nice and patient, partnership of 33, but more rather the 79 deliveries that they've able to chew up here. 2 gullies in place now. Again past the bat. Ollie Pope saying, come on, just one. Another overdone, 3-3-6 for 9. Spots to watch cricket around Seddon Park. Crowd's starting to filter back in. The banks are full. It's a hot day to have a blazer though on today. Atkinson around the wicket. Just see there, just slightly up and out of the shot. And we talked a bit about the up and down bounce of what we saw. It was very much, as the day went on, it actually got a little bit flatter. These are the catches from England yesterday. Just the players playing away. You see they're maybe slightly held into the wicket. It meant that Mitchell was playing forward of the ball. Again, wider delivery. And these are where players, all the New Zealand batters felt they weren't quite in. Wider delivery plans from England. Some beautiful field sets, deep point, those catching positions. But you see there a lot of the hands away from the body, and maybe that accentuates the fact as the ball got softer as the day went on and the wicket started to flatten out a wee bit, but the up and down bounce continued in a way.
It's quite different, I think, from the first 2 test matches. A lot of the wickets were going to be you know, balls that are catching edges and getting caught in the slips in the gully, but we've seen 3 catches in the inner ring, which you don't often see in Test cricket, but it's just an indicator of how much the wicket is browning out. I think as the game progresses, those straight fields are going to be really important. Yeah, and I think the natural length of the New Zealand seamers is generally quite full, especially Matt Henry and Tim Southee. They'll be looking to exploit those conditions while they see that it is nibbling around a little bit. Also taking into account the attacking mindset of the England batters. Those in-out fields are going to be really important to try to stem run flow. That's certainly what we saw yesterday. As soon as the run flow sort of stopped, the batters tried to chase a few runs, and that brought about a few mistakes.
It's such a good point. Taking the run again here, Mitchell Santner. You go New Zealand, are they going to look to do something different in terms of their field sets? That those in-out, are they actually going to have a deep point early, but then have a catching point to be able to create that opportunity like you talk about? Or whether you're going to see New Zealand continue to sort of have those traditional fields, your 3 slip and a gully in place. And when you look at those catches that we saw of England, you had a point in a position where maybe, yes, I sort of call it that zigzag field where you have one and you have one deeper and one in a little bit closer. This is a little bit more traditional, but to say, okay, we think these are where the catching opportunities are. So they may not be in traditional places, but it creates those opportunities.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important. I mean, with the way that England play, they love to score boundaries. A lot of them, you know, like to use width and hit that ball out to that deep point fielder. They're not really looking to leave a lot of balls. And with the wicket being not necessarily a very traditional Kiwi wicket, a little bit browner than usual, I think it's going to be important to stem run flow. And so those in-out fields are very important. And so if you do veer on your line a little bit and you're hitting the ball through the offside, as long as you're only getting one, I think you're starting to build a little bit more pressure, especially with guys that like to hit boundaries.
Took it away. That is thick enough to go for a boundary. A little bit more of a bigger smile on this occasion from Will O'Rourke. 3:41 for 9.
It's a well-earned boundary that from William O'Rourke, as you see. Nice balance there. A little bit of a tickle down the ground. And that is his first international boundary in Test cricket. He'll be stoked with that. Works really hard in his batting, and they'll pump his strike rate up to 9 or 10.
Fine leg, were you surprised? I reckon you would have said a nick through slip, wouldn't you?
Well, it just shows his balance is really good there, Katie, you know. Or apparently all the best batters hit the inside of their bat a lot, so he's looking nice and straight. It's good to see.
Plenty of overs in the legs of these England players. Right, I'm going to take you. You're out there playing as a New Zealand bowler. You're in India, fantastic occasion for the team. In terms of what your thinking is when you come up against England's approach, what's your mindset as a bowler? What do you think about the way you go about it to try and whether stem the flow? Is it attacking with the field, defending with the field, attacking with the ball? What's your sort of approach?
I really think it's stemming the run flow. I think that's really important with batsmen like that. See Mitch Santner right behind that one again. Ventures out to deep mid-wicket and they still don't take the one. Yeah, Katie, I just think with the way and the style that England have been playing their cricket recently, the best form of attack is somewhat defensive. I think if you have some defensive fields and you challenge them in good areas for long enough periods of time, you'd almost bank on the fact that they're going to try to go and chase some boundaries. And I think with the likes of Tim Southee and Matt Henry, especially with the new ball being such accurate bowlers, I think having that protection out there for them is going to be important because they can still stay in those areas long enough to bring those slips in play and also stem that run flow, which is really important with batters like England.
We have seen Harry Brook take on the bowlers, take on them over extra cover and so on. Whether they look to continue that with Harry Brook, and I have no doubt that he will go with that, but then to New Zealand go, okay, we're going to set a field in that position and say, okay, we'll have that in outfield with someone in close, but someone deep as well. And if you're not scoring the boundary, then you're forcing New Zealand's good deliveries into other areas, whether they can absorb the pressure enough. factor as well, as the most overs bowled by an England bowler in this series before this innings was 20. And so to think all BLACKCAPS has bowled over 20 overs means New Zealand have been able to bat a lot longer than they have. They're just accumulating here as best as they possibly can as well.
Yeah, Potts is almost approaching 30 overs here. I think it's a really big workload. Looking into the first session of day 2, he's running really hard, and I think the way that this partnership is going, the longer they can keep them out there and keep putting these runs on the board, I think it's only going to aid them in that second innings of this Test match. And the way that Potts has run has been really impressive for his first Test match of the series. He'll be looking to add another wicket to that tally, but currently it looks like it's pretty mundane out there.
I'm going to push hard for 2. And I'm just going to stay for 1. They looked at it but realised a couple of balls to go on the over. Big ball in the end, no bet on that.
Yeah, I think this has been a fantastic partnership for New Zealand. Putting on around 27 runs already. It seems like it's taken a long time to get there, but I think it's taking time out of the game. It's allowing them to sort of breathe their way into the game, and also the bowlers in the dugout getting an idea of what the wicket's doing out there, and potentially sitting there and thinking about their tactics and what they're going to use when they get out there to the middle.
One more ball of the Potts over. Again, solid defence. Full face of the bat, back to the bowler. 342 for 9. It just shows that Mitch Santner coming into the side, how important it has been to be able to contribute at that number 8 position. He's the 5th New Zealander to face 100+ balls in this series, so just for him to be able to consume time, the counter-attack with Tim Southee. Look at that, 41, 31 and 39, those last 3 partnerships. So that's allowed New Zealand really to get some runs on the board, which is so crucial against this England side.
Yeah, I think if you see that last partnership down there, it's in terms of number of balls, it's the second biggest partnership, 92. It shows that there's still some value out there, and if you do apply yourself for a long period of time, there's runs to be had out there. And if a guy like Will O'Rourke can show that he can stand there for a period of time and support Mitch Santner in this role that he's playing, I think it's going to be a pretty reasonable wicket for batting today. 28 degrees, it's only going to make the wicket better and bake it.
Ben Stokes in. Still a bit of shape there as well from Stokes. He's bowled a lot of overs in this Test for him. Had a back injury or tweaked his back slightly, felt a bit of tightness in that Hagley game, so he stopped bowling. We saw him a number of overs at the Basin Reserve as well. He's into his 24th over at the moment as well. Just having him bowling, I think, adds to the balance of this side. It takes a little bit of pressure off the other bowlers as well. Haven't seen Bashir yet as a spinner.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has bowled incredibly well. He's running really hard for 24 overs nearly, and he's done a great job for his team. I was speaking to Tim Southee earlier today, and he was saying how heavy the ball was when he was facing him last night. Yeah, I think for a batter to bat as destructively as he does, batting in that top 6 and then being able to eke out 24, 25 overs, I mean, that's absolute gold dust, and shows how important all-rounders are to have in your Test match.
Comes to a good point around New Zealand's balance with having some spinners in the top 5. When you have Rachin Ravindra batting at number 4, you've got Daryl Mitchell as well as another bowling options in the top order when he's able to bowl. It means that New Zealand then have a decision, okay, do they actually bowl a spinner in Santner and go with 3 seamers, or do they use Phillips, which they have done a bit, and then Rachin Ravindra, who we saw bowl here last year. So because you've got bowlers, you've got batters that can bowl in the top of the batting order, it means that that number 8 position, that's where you can manipulate a little bit more. Punched beautifully. I don't know if he's got enough on this to go for 4. Plenty of work on the boundary. Yeah, it has gone for 4. He moves to 75, Mitch Santner. Valiant effort on the boundary.
Yeah, making use of those short, straight boundaries at Seddon Park here. I think Mitch Santner has stayed really nicely in line. He's playing nice and straight. That's the in-swinger here. And he's seen it nicely and looked to hit the ball down the ground. And it's a great shot by Mitch Santner.
Do you think having those spinners in the top order like a Rachin Ravindra does mean that, and Glenn Phillips means that it is more of a decision to not play a spinner for New Zealand selectors?
It can often be quite tough. I think when batters in the top order have been really successful at international cricket bowling spin, you know, it's probably a chance to, especially in our traditional wickets that are quite green, and you know, you end up bowling the seamers a lot more than you do the spinners. So
just checking this at the moment. He sort of looks like it's just gone through his fingers onto the padding. Hand touching as well.
it's confirmation of the boundary there.
Edged away, just a bit fine, that slip.
It's high quality bowling that from Ben Stokes. He's swung one back into Mitch Santner there, and he was able to hit the ball down the ground, but he's also able to swing the ball away from that angle. It's excellent bowling, and it shows there's still something out there for the bowlers. Still able to extract an edge. Look at that seam pointed towards a slip fielder. Swinging the ball away from Mitch Santner, getting the edge of a batter that's already set out there on 116 balls. I think that's really encouraging signs for the New Zealand bowlers.
Well, the new ball's just 17 overs old, so still plenty in it. One more delivery here for Will O'Rourke. And swinger at the stumps maybe here. Oh, nearly. Nearly. It's missed everything again, and the frustration continues for England and their skipper. 3:47 for 9.
It's now time for a Powerade drinks break. Powerade hydrating the BLACKCAPS.
Time for a drinks break. Powerade drinks break.
Leisurely stroll.
Timing slightly different.
Yeah, you're a tad earlier. Here's Potts. Got him. First ball after drinks. Santner goes, and he's frustrated. He had his sights set on another century today, but he's played magnificently. Potts deserves it. 4 wickets for him in the innings, and that will do it for New Zealand. 347 on the board, and a lot owed to the lower order, who have added some valuable runs, but that is a ripper to get first after drinks.
Yeah, the perfect riposte, isn't it? Movements in the air. 3/4 of the way up the off stump. Santner for once beaten. But Santner has been a real thorn in the side for England with this innings. And England will regret the fact that they let him acquire a lot of freedom last night with that bat. They'll regret the fact it's taken an hour to get rid of the last wicket this morning. But 347, coincidentally, is the average first innings score here in Test matches at Hamilton over the last 7 years or so. So you could say that's par, and it's now up to England to see if they can better par when they use the bat themselves. But it's taken an hour, and they will be mighty relieved to have got that final wicket.
Given the tactics of Ben Stokes, one thing he will be happy about is that New Zealand were only able to add 32 to the overnight score. So while they've been out there for an hour, it hasn't done too much damage on the scoreboard, but there is the card for New Zealand. Latham and Young, a good combination from them, the opening partnership of 105. Williamson looked good until chopped one on from the bowling of Matthew Potts. Ravindra and Mitchell, well, they got themselves set, but then unfortunately flashed a couple outside off stump, and that was the end of them, as did Blundell and Phillips, in fact. Santner, 76 from his 117 deliveries. Matt Henry, well, a breezy 8 of 20, and Southey, 23, including 3 sixes. O'Rourke, the not-out batsman, once again.
Well, so far on, 4 innings, Matt Henry has Crawley 4 times and hasn't conceded a run.
It's not a bad matchup. And it's underway again here. First ball. Oh, and Crawley. It's inside edge, and it's running down to fine leg where O'Rourke is stationed.
Well, it'll feel like he scored 100. So 4 innings without scoring off Matt Henry, 4 innings falling to Matt Henry. First ball nudged away down to long leg, so that's a minor triumph in itself. But Crawley is that sort of player that England have backed for the last 3-4 years, who will make a contribution somewhere along the line. It's not back in the odds necessarily, but he has a lot of natural ball striking talent.
So minor victory for Zach Crawley here. First ball of the innings, duck it, and that's past the outside edge. So Henry's on the spot.
Yes, pretty much the perfect line. Right arm over to a left-hander. First ball. Just draws the shot, moves a shade off the pitch. And has just that little bit of bounce as well.
This one jags back just a touch. And once again, and players have spoken about variable bounce, not just in the pitch itself, but from end to end on this wicket. And that just nipped up and maybe surprised Duckett for pace slightly. Three slips of gully, backward point for Duckett. One man back on the boundary and fine. And another beauty.
Well, as an opening batsman, you are inevitably going to expect something like this. With a new ball on a pitch like this, you know there's going to be a little bit of something going on. Try and leave the decision-making to the last possible second, split second. Try not to follow the ball if it moves. All those things run through your mind.
Well, he does play at that, and that's through. That'll be 4. Duckett followed it past the outstretch. Will Young.
Well, how often do you have a moral victory for a bowler that costs him 4? Skews away off the bottom part of the bat, just clears Young there at a wide slip. So no way was Duckett in control of the shot. And that counts as a little piece of luck.
Would have been a screamer. Will Young had been maybe a foot taller. And again, so it's an examination here of Duckett for sure. Good over to start for Henry. 5 without loss.
Well, straight on the money, wasn't he? Lines and lengths excellent from Matt Henry. Batsman forced to play, in some cases missing, some cases edging. So you'd call it an eventful first over.
A bit of minor history for Matt Henry as well. First time since 2017 at this very ground that Matt Henry has bowled the first over in a test in New Zealand. And a round of applause for Tim Southey, who will take up the attack from his own end. Early success for Southey here, and this crowd will be deliriously happy. And it's good shape too. Southey's got to rely on his guile here. And he's been around a long time. Knows these conditions well. He's played a lot of first-class cricket here. A lot of people talk about being down on pace, which he admits to. He's not as quick as he once was, but he's a very clever bowler. Crowley goes after him. That is a lovely shot. Classic cover drive for 4.
Well, you could all too easily say this is his shot. If there is a trademark, a main trademark for Zach Crawley, it's exactly this. So this is a golden offering. There's a little bit of swing there, but Crawley is always ready and waiting to play the shot if it's that sort of length and full enough at him.
Just a little fault from Southie. And again, and the same result. It's an action replay.
Well, this is Zach Crawley to a tee. For someone like him, he seems to have the capacity to put behind him failure, which is what he's seen for the previous 2 test matches of this series. And if he comes out looking for opportunities like this and takes them so very sweetly, that, of course, is a confidence builder, as long as it doesn't transfer into overconfidence.
Just put the length back just slightly there, Tim Southey. He'll be encouraged by the shape, but length was too full, and Crawley will be very encouraged too. Moving to 9 from 5. 2 elegant cover drives to get underway. And if the McCullum philosophy is worth following, and most would say it is, then Crawley's due. He is stuck with him. He said, don't worry, put that behind you, as you mentioned, DG. I'm sticking with you. You've got this job, it's yours. Not as convincing, but it's a fast outfield here at Seton Park, and that'll be 4 more.
Well, not quite the first over that Tim Southey had in mind, I'm sure. Crawley just takes that little bit of space outside the crease to position him first of all. Yeah, the flowing cover drive is slightly different here. The closed face still has enough timing on it to get past mid-on and roll away for 4. So it's a very positive start, you can say that.
Certainly is. Oh, and again, straight drive this time. Well, that over is a cricket batting how-to from Crawley. 21 without loss.
Well, that to me is the best sign of all if you're Zach Crawley. The straight drive is one of the acknowledged classic shots of the game in history. And that's how to do it.
No room for sentiment here from an England point of view. Tim Southey goes for 16 off the over, and that over represents more runs than every England opening partnership in this series to date.
Well, yes, up until yesterday, the opening partnerships are all pretty much in single figures. Not quite, but pretty much. So New Zealand bucking the trend yesterday, partnership of 105.
Oh, that's nice. Getting up on the back foot, Ben Duckett, chased down by Phillips. 12, 9, 9 and 1, the opening partnerships for England. Ahead of this innings, 25 this one so far at a run rate of 10.7. Funny old game.
Yes, the art of prediction. For any of us to tell you what's going to happen next is an absolute gamble.
Henry bangs this one in. Well, they'll be looking for the outside edge on this man, Ben Duckett. That line right across the face of the left-hander. We know Ben Duckett likes to swing the bat. DG, he's not one to let the ball go. He's not a noted lever in Test cricket. Crawley's a bit of a mixed bag. You don't quite know where the next wicket's going to come from with Crawley and Howe. It's good off his pads too.
Yeah, Duckett, be it against a ball that might be swinging and seaming on a pitch like this, or a turning ball elsewhere, Pakistan for instance a couple of months ago, would much rather try something than just defend at all costs.
That is a cheeky run too. They just love ticking the scoreboard over. England's, they never let you rest.
Yeah, what he does well, I think, is that he's compact. We know that. You look at the stature, he's a compact body. He's not a big foot mover, so he's not going to be lunging at you on the front foot as such. But what he will do is let the ball come to him, which is always a good sign. We always say that about good batsmen. And then if something full-blooded isn't on, he's always looking for the little dab, onside legs, onside, offside, whichever it be, just to get that single.
Drives both up for Zach Crawley here. He's looking to drive today, and takes the edge, and that'll run away for 4 more. Crawley's going up in 4s here. 30 without loss.
Yeah, just lets it come. It's the angled bat that gets it going down. As soon as he saw it hit the gap, he knew it was going to roll away for 4 pretty quickly. Crawley, 21 from 8, a strike rate of a mere 262.5.
Yeah, he really should get a hurry on. Never right in international off in this game. Zach Crawley, whose struggles here have been much talked about, has raced away 21 off just 8 deliveries, 5 boundaries included. Tim Southey, his first over was not the one he would have envisaged. First ball to Duckett. Not quite the timing of the shot from Duckett there.
Well, what Crawley has done already, especially against Southey, is just put doubt into the legend's mind. So what's Southey going to do? He's going to probably just drag the length back a foot or 2, so it's not too full to invite the drive necessarily. But if you lose the line at all, that opens up other opportunities for Crawley as well. The first thing I have to say, sadly, is just to stem the flow.
Crawley just pulls out of that slightly wider line. I think we saw England profit from that in New Zealand's batting innings. DG.
Yeah, there's something in this, to tell you, because with Crawley, if it's there for him, so under the head, just look at where these balls make contact, under the head. Foot's not necessarily always alongside it until you get this lovely straight drive at the end of that previous over. But if it's a little bit wider and he's tempted into it, then you lose that ability to have the head behind the ball.
Some shape there, just straight and late. I just think, well, you've got the cordon in place, man at Gully there, and Will Young, you've got a point in place. You think about Crawley so far in this series, whether you just hang a few out for him. The bat may go, the feet may not, the chance may come.
Well, it's 50-50 with him, I'd say. When it comes to him, he will feel he's in control. When it's that little bit wider, he will know that he's got great hand-eye, and he might still make great contact, but he will know he's not quite in command as he could be. Solid, I like that. I like that from Crawley, just to be able to change pace, as it were.
Length just come back just a little bit for Southey, but also that line, and he's getting that swing and that shape, so Crawley is watchful. Which is a great response from Southey, because Crawley was able to free the arms first over. So just pegging him back slightly here, Tim Southey. Last ball of the over. Very good reply from Tim Southey. 31 without loss.
Well, your fan ambassador is behind the scenes. We're in the commentary box. Steve Harmison, Rigger, you ready for a big stint in there?
Yeah, heck yeah, I'm pumped. I mean, we're bowling, so I just want to start yelling and screaming.
Yeah, very good. Quick, this is a quick interchange, so let's get you in here. We don't have long. And as you see here, the set's looking magnificent. Rigger wearing matching colours. And out come Gower and Stevenson. Good call, guys. Fantastic. Happy with that, boys?
Loved it, loved it. It was good. Runs.
A lot of runs.
Well, it's not the script that New Zealand were looking for when they went out there to bowl, but it's not like they don't expect this sort of thing from England. I mean, New Zealand modus operandi is to get the ball up there, try to see it swing, bring the bat into play. There is a trade-off there. They decide who will go after you. They'll take that bait, and if they get away with it, they will score runs. Oh, yes! Matt Henry, he's done it. He's pulled it off there. It's lobbed back. He had to dive, and he's just scooped it up inches off the ground.
I'm sure the umpire will have a look at it. Zach Crawley's confident that it's bounced.
TV umpire 2 director, we have a umpire review for a fair catch. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. And I see the eagle probably from the batter's side would be best. Coming up here now. Here's from that angle, he may have his fingers under the ball. Have we got the view from the other side? Okay. Yep, fingers under the ball. Yep, just keep rolling it through. Keep rolling it through. Yep. Thank you, I'm ready to make my decision.
Wow, he's got his fingers underneath it as far as the third umpire is concerned. Interesting would be discussion. It would depend on which side of the fence you sit there, but he's done so well, Matt Henry, to get across there. Little leading edge, just held stuck in the pitch, and he's got there.
Yeah, out for me, definitely. Good catch from Matt Henry, confident with Zach Crawley, but unfortunately he's got to go. 21 off just 14 balls, England, 32 for 1.
Incoming to the crease. England Test cap 718. Jacob Devil.
Jacob Bethel. Very early on in his Test career, but hasn't he started well? I think if you have a look at this, Steve, it's just held. It's that little area where there's a little bit of bounce, and he's definitely got the fingers underneath it, but he split the fingers as well.
It seemed as though the second finger gets caught in the grass and he catches it with the other three. I've got no problem with that. I thought it was an excellent bit of athleticism from Matt Henry. There's been a few now in this series, caught and bowled. Henry, I think he's had Crawley as well, caught and bowled in this series, but there's been one or two very, very good catches, and as a bowler, you're not expecting the ball coming back at you. That there's a fantastic catch. I didn't think he was that confident there. I think you go off initial reaction, players' initial reaction. And I didn't think once he got his head up, he was as confident as what Zach Crawley was confident that the ball had hit the ground.
Yeah, you look at that at full speed. There's no question in my book. He's caught it. It's caught. You look at it in slow motion, then you start, has that ball grazed the ground? Were all the fingers underneath it? And all of a sudden some doubt starts to get in there.
I think where the doubt might be in Matt Henry. You see, he's there. I don't think he's 100% convinced. The doubt is possibly he's thinking that fingers got caught in the ground, and that's where the ball might have touched the ground.
Well, it's just a hint of swing there, quite late. Yeah, I think that with all the replays and the reviews, that if you're a bowler or a fielder and you think you might have caught it, you generally sort of, you don't claim it any longer, do you? There was a time where you would just ask the fielder as a batter, did you catch that? And you'd go, yep. And the batter would have to accept that. But now, I think fielders are quite conscious that if they claim it and then all of a sudden it looks like perhaps the ball has landed and it gets overturned, you feel dreadful. Sorts of labels heading in your direction. Close, really close and out. He knew it, Henry. He was more confident of that than he was the catch.
Ben Duckett knows how close it was because he's not even looked at Jacob Bethel. He's turned and walked straight off. Excellent again, bit of bowling, great lengths from Matt Henry. It's so difficult to bowl at England's opening partnership because of the size difference in both players. And that there, he's got the perfect length to Zach Crawley. Gone that little bit fuller to Ben Duckett. Nip back leg. Boy, does he enjoy that celebration. Duckett's got to go. He's gone for 11 and England in trouble, 33 for 2.
Incoming to the crease. England Test catch 655. Joe Root.
Joe Root comes to the middle. 152 matches, an average of over 50. 3600s. A magnificent player. Have a look at this. He knows it's out. He's just celebrating here. He hasn't even looked. He's not even looked. The umpire hasn't given it out, and he's celebrating the wicket.
Yeah, it's not quite Stuart Broad running towards slip and not turning around, but it is Matt Henry being respectful to the umpire. He's in the right, looking, obviously his body shape's in the right way, but you know as a bowler.
Tell you what, I think he's got a career as an umpire when he starts playing.
You just know as a bowler, that feels so good. So good. He deserved it because he's been brilliant in this series, has Matt Henry. I think he's really led this bowling attack very, very well. He's the go-to man for Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain. Lovely ship, trying to get it back in. Just held its line, and he knows. And unfortunately for Ben Duckett, he knows as well. And 33 for 2. Joe Root at the crease, not faced the ball yet, but he's been in this situation many, many times for England. Not phased Joe Root in the career he's had. Who fully understands where England are. Jacob Bethel, on the other hand, is a very, very confident young man, making his way in the infancy of his career. I don't think it'll stop him from playing his natural game. I don't think it'll stop him from playing shots. If it is in his area to score, he's been very aggressive throughout this series. I think he will continue to look to play shots.
It'll be fantastic for a young lad out there batting, and then a great comes out to join you. Someone who you've probably admired as a youngster, and now you're out there in a test match playing with them. It's a fantastic feeling. And you just want to spend time out there batting with these players.
I totally agree, Mark. And the great picture as they're coming off in Christchurch is, you know, Jacob Bethel walks off. He's got 50. They've won the game. He said something to Joe Root. He looks as though he's having the time of his life. Jacob Bethel, and Joe Root's walking off with a little smile on his face to say we've won another game. And I mean, what that must give you as a player like Bethel is huge, to just, like you're right, be out there with an all-time great. Share the experience, pick the brain in between time when you're talking to, you know, each other when the over's finished. You're looking at across the, you know, from 22 yards away at a man who's seen everything in this game. He really has. He's gone through the, you know, the whole emotions. Whether he's walking out at 33 for 2 or 120 for 2, 200 for 2. Just goes about his game in such a calm manner, does Joe Root. But early signs of Bethel, very, very calm character himself.
Good stop. Good stop, that's important. Keep pressure on. 6 gone, 33 for 2.
Well, there you have it, made over from Tim South. And what better place to watch that from the glory of the 60 Camel at South. The best seats in the park here at Seddon Park. We're just about at lunchtime. There will be an opportunity for fans to go out on the field and soak in all the majesty of Seddon Park at lunchtime. So sit back, shut up, relax, and hopefully you do a few more wickets.
Joe Root obviously bought into this method that England have employed over the last few seasons and been very good at it. But my mind does cast back to that magnificent test last time England was here at Wellington. It went right down to the death. Joe Root got a big total. And he obviously put England in the game. But England was in trouble. And he scored 100, but he did it in a very traditional method. He was prepared to actually absorb pressure, and it wasn't the helter-skelter that you'd see. And I think in this situation here, he may approach this in at least to the first, you know, hour or so in a more traditional fashion. And he's so good that he can do that. He can employ what you're not meant to call a Bazball, I understand that, but he can employ Bazball, but it can also employ the Joe Root of old as well.
I think what you find with Joe Root, being the player he is, the class player he is, you understand, there's a lot, the old cliche of Joe, you look up the scoreboard and all of a sudden he's on 20 and he's on 30 at no time at all. A lot of that time, it's not, there's not risk involved, the high risk involved.
It's a nice delivery there.
But he has enjoyed I think, the Bazball era because of these numbers itself. That's a beauty. That's a really beautiful ball from Matt Henry. What a wrist position and seam position that is. Joe Root batting a long way out of his crease to try and overcome that movement.
Well, he's tackled this one away fine. He'll pick up 4 and he'll be underway.
And all the talk of the more expansive game, the fast forward game, the aggressive game that England do adopt. Joe Root did that before, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes came in. He, more often than not, he would get 100 off 120, 140, 140 balls. He's a very, very good operator at rotation of strike and not letting the bowler sit.
Oh, clipped away. That's classic Root, that. You get 2 straight. He has that one. He hits through square leg. So looking in good touch. That's the end of the over. 41 for 2.
This is just to illustrate what you mean by Joe Root. He's had 2 good balls in that over from Matt Henry. Pushed at one, couldn't do anything with the one that swung, and then as the bowler feels as though just go that little bit fuller or try and bowl that $1 million ball, it punishes you very, very quickly. And it's not a big shot, it's not an expansive shot, just comfortable tickle into the leg side, and all of a sudden he's 8 off 6 balls.
Gosh, look at that. That's a good yard. He's out of his crease. I understand why batters would do that, especially maybe negate the swing. Far be it to me to question Joe Root's methods, but I always thought it just made the ball sort of swing later on you and made the bowler a yard faster.
I don't think the pace of Southey's going to worry Joe Root at all by coming out of his crease, and he does that quite regular. See the form that he's in. 4 of the top 10 are in this game. It's not a bad 1, 2, 3, is it?
Eased away on the offside. Wants 3. No. 3's a rare on Seddon Park. Yeah, I think what you take from that from that graphic we just showed in terms of the world rankings is you turn up here today, you're going to see, we'll turn up in this test, you're going to see the world's 3 best test batters.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Kane Williamson averaging 55 in Test match cricket. Joe Root averaging 50 in Test match cricket over, you know, a ridiculously prolonged period. Harry Brooks is 22 Test matches in, but at this moment in time, he probably is the best player in the world. End of the 8th over, 45 for 2.
Matt Henry into his 5th over. Should pick up 1, maybe 2. Yeah, they'll get 2. If Zach Crawley's down in the English trading shed and the TV's on, I'd turn it down or turn it off right now. Because Matt Henry has been all over him in this series. He's got him 5 times for 5 runs, I believe. The LBW, caught and bowled. That would be disappointing. Caught in front of the wicket, then another caught and bowled. I don't know if you could say there's a pattern to it, but just sometimes a bowler has your number.
Yeah, and I think to sort of go that little bit further on what that video's just showed us, I think that yellow area there, the length of that yellow area there, they're the balls that really get Zach Crawley into trouble. And Henry has gone in and around that area consistently, and then all of a sudden the one where the bowler thinks, right, I've got him now, can I just get that little bit fuller, he's going to play a big shot, bring him in, bring the slips and dismissal into play, and he's done it, executed it perfectly. Again, Joe Root's he's come to the wicket, and we were talking about Mark Richardson before about the aggressive manner of this team. Joe Root doesn't play in that way, the high risk, but what he does is he finds gaps and scores very, very quickly by playing proper cricket shots. And I think that's the difference between the aggressive manner of the likes of Brook and Stokes, 2 opening batters, between them and Root.
You're a bunny? You're someone that you just got out for breakfast?
I'm trying to think. I think one of the higher ones that I got out was obviously Chris Gill. It was a great contest. You knew he was going to get you, or you were going to get him, and it was a really good contest, especially when the short ball was in play. But not a bunny. Michael Clarkin, I think he was another one high on the list.
Oh, that's a nice delivery. So 5 wickets and 5 runs. I think for Matt Henry, but here's a good one involving a New Zealander. It was Malcolm Marshall who got Ken Rutherford in the Caribbean in 84-85. Got him out 5 times for 2 runs. And I feel sorry for Ruds because he was a brilliant young player playing for Otago and got selected over the batting and sent to the Caribbean to take on the West Indies. And it didn't work out so well. Ruds ended up a wonderful player. Ended up captaining New Zealand. But they came back, and then the problem was the West Indies followed New Zealand back. So then Ruds had to take on the next series was against the West Indies in New Zealand. And I can remember as a youngster going to watch, sitting in the crowd, and I think Ken got through to about 5 runs. And the ground announcer said, congratulations to Ken Rutherford, his highest score in Test cricket, all around the ground. And I knew Ruds pretty well, and he wouldn't have taken that well at all. Tell you, 49 for 2. Nice shot through the covers. Give that one away. And the whistle across the outfield.
Timing of this sound off the bat was beautiful.
50 runs for England.
I don't think Tim Southey would be too bothered, Jacob Bethel, playing away from his body like this. A little bit less swing than Southey's been getting. He's left it well, has length, has Jacob Bethel, but Southey just gone that little bit fuller there. It was a good shot.
Oh, nice, a little bit of left.
It's just bounced off a length. Looked as though he just ran his fingers across it. No, straight up and down the seam. It just bounced on Jacob Bethel, and it's pretty painful.
Talking about maybe, you know, bunnies, you're pretty much on the money with Chris Gale 8 times. You got him 8 times. And you mentioned Clark, you got him 6, but you're forgetting one other. You got 6 times as well.
Graham Smith. Graham Smith. I know. I remember doing something on Indian and the Indian cricketers, and played a lot against Rahul Dravid. I never got him out in Test. Got him out once in one day, and once in the one-day game. And the stat was he had 99 dot balls against me. So I mean, he was very, very difficult. He wouldn't sort of take the game away from you from a scoring point of view, but you're never going to get him out. Some player. No, you've got me. Can't think of who it is.
Sarwan.
Yes, Raj Sarwan.
Yeah, from the West Indies. Good player.
Very good player. Very good player. We had a period where we played the West Indies away, like we were saying about Ken Rutherford. We played them away, then we played them at home.
Some swing there. Nicely punched down the ground.
We played the West Indies away, then we played them at home after New Zealand came in 2004, I think it was. So we played 7 Test matches against the West Indies. So England's bowling attack at the time was just starting to develop into the one that went on to sort of winning against Australia in 2005. And I think that summer England went 7 Test matches unbeaten.
.54 for 2. And after 10 overs of New Zealand in the field, and some sprightly batting, and a couple of wickets as well, that's time for lunch. So it was a slow first half to the session, but it was helter-skelter in the second half.
2 wickets on Zach Crawley first for England. 54 for 2.
Yeah, well, to get us underway in this afternoon session is going to be Matt Henry again from the City end. 2 for 28, his figures so far from his 5 overs. Jacob Bethel has been shadow batting just to get himself in the right mood again to receive this first ball. And here we go. Just flicked away straight down to long leg. Maybe that's a loosener for Will O'Rourke, who will now jog his way from long leg for the left-hander to long leg for the right-hander.
I saw it just down in front of us, in front of the commentary box. He was warming up, bowling into Jacob Oram's glove as the bowling coach. Didn't see Tim Southey bowling too many, so probably an indication that he is likely to get the next over.
Well, that would make absolute sense. Everything you said about him just now is right. He's got the height, he's got pace. You don't want to leave him too late. I mean, you want someone like O'Rourke to have the benefit of a hard new ball. And let's face it, come the next Test match, wherever that is for New Zealand, with Tim Southee retiring, then you've got to say that this man will have a new ball in his hands. Henry's been good with his lines, his lengths.
One thing that he's changed over the last couple of years is he's bowling a lot fuller. I think about 30-centimetre difference in terms of bowling fuller, and very much that comes out of the fact that he's bowled a lot in England, and Joe Root's combated that by coming out slightly. He will shuffle back in his normal trigger move, but he's just doing that to try and just restrict or upset that natural length that Matt Henry is so good at. Means also if he's further around, it does deviate. The ball's got further to go for an LBW. We know how much he loves just the ball nipping back into the pad to play onto the leg side.
Yes, it's something you would actually almost make a point of advising the standing umpire about. That's good. It's lovely from Matt Henry.
Still getting some good shape. Yeah, just the seam being able to stand up. Go through nicely. Good bounce as well. Just pulled that length back slightly. Maybe because he has seen him be that little bit further out.
Well, a little bit too straight, just a minor error of line, and for Joe Root, he just shuffles across, nudges it round, picks up 4 as easy as that. 59 for 2.
Almost wonder if Henry thought, okay, I could be in here. You'd slightly see the leg stump when he did play that shot, and that is just when he comes slightly back onto his crease. There, just needed to maybe just tail away a little bit. He's like, that is not that much off. How is the ball gone there from Joe Root?
From the Tim Southee end with O'Rourke.
Well, as flagged up, predicted, and basically shown by everything that's going on in preparation, Will O'Rourke will bowl from the Tim Southee end. Round the wicket to Jacob Bethel. Good start, really good start. Short of a length, getting that climb, that bounce you expect from a Will O'Rourke with his height, and a bit of movement away from the bat as well. So really testing first ball.
Well, Will O'Rourke made his Test match debut last year here in Hamilton, picked up 9 wickets as well, so he's got some good experience at this ground. Someone that really just, ever since he's come onto the international scene, a lot of players have said, wow, this kid's good. He gets some good bounce, he hits the bat hard. He's got success on this ground.
Well, the first time was dead on target, hit the pitch and moved away. This one, he's got his fingers the other side of the ball, or they've got the side of the ball to try and swing it away. Didn't quite get the line right. Your aim, if your right arm round the wicket to the left hand, is to target off stump again, see if you can get that movement away, basically commit the batsman to playing at the ball.
DG, you would have faced the West Indies fast bowlers in the 80s, 70s, 80s, did you?
Casey, therapy's only just finished.
Well, you would have some strapping fast bowlers, nice and tall, firing the ball down at you. What was that even like?
Dare I say it's a little bit anxiety-provoking. You had, just to remind people, it was Holding, Roberts, Garner, Croft, Marshall. Joel Garner 6'8", so there was bounce and pace. He could bowl. He was above 90 miles an hour when he wanted to be. Oh, that's vicious. Bethel has somehow survived that. That is a vicious delivery, which is climbing straight at him.
There's that bounce we talk about. He's done well to not get out to that. How that hasn't flown to a fielder for New Zealand. Oh, it's hit him high on the glove. He ended up going straight down effectively. You would have faced plenty of those in your day.
I'm afraid so. It's a good lead. This ball is going through well from O'Rourke. I mean, just, yes, while we're having a bit of a sort of stroll down memory lane, there was another guy called Sylvester Clark who, because of the preeminence of the people I've already mentioned, who were ahead of him in the pecking order, played a lot of cricket for Surrey on a pitch at the Oval that had pace and bounce. He once took a thumb off, not quite the entire thumb, but that little rubber bit that goes in the top of the thumb, bottom hand. That flew off the top of my glove. Nail went back, and it went to third slip, lobbed to third slip. Surrey, very considerate. They said, "Are you all right?" I said, "Yes, thank you, I think I am." And they said, in that case, said, "Please go, you're out." But the word go didn't really come into play, to be honest. It was rather more earthy language. That's a great over from O'Rourke, 59 for 2.
Were those the days where you only had, did you wear a helmet then, or were they when you just had the clear earpieces and no face guard?
It was helmet, definitely, which came in late 70s. Just, yeah, the little sort of perspex earpieces, a little bit of padding. No grills. I actually personally just felt claustrophobic behind something in front of your face, so opted not to. Well, that was an eventful over from O'Rourke. Full of venom, pace, bounce, all the things that batsmen will never admit to liking, that's for sure.
No.
Just looking at how good Matt Henry has been. This is him to duck it. He has the ability to bowl the same delivery where it goes away and then comes back in. That was the wicket. If you actually look at how the ball deviates, on the left, he has such an awesome ability to hit the seam. First one with the seam pointing to first slip going away. The second one, the wicket ball, exactly the same landing delivery, have the ball come back. So as a batter, the hardest thing to do is actually react off the wicket. And that was the downfall of Ben Duckett.
Oh, that drops 2 or 3 feet in front of a diving Matt Henry. He's already picked up one very good return catch to get rid of Crawley. This is where this pitch suggests you've got to be just very careful when you're hitting on the up at all. Very easy to get through the shot just a fraction of a second early and get it uppish.
Just trying to explain how Matt Henry can actually deviate it like that. What he does is, and we've talked a lot about his ring finger, on the left-hand side, he has it slightly off or slightly a little bit lower, which means that that one would generally swing a little bit more. It also wobbles a little bit less. In terms of the right, he's got that ring finger slightly more on the ball and a little bit higher up. And so the ball actually sometimes goes a little backwards out of his hand. And you see all these batters get caught on the crease. They're not sure if the ball's coming back or going away. So he just manipulates in terms of how strong he actually grips on top of the ball. This one here, he's just got that finger on a little bit more, and you can see it wobble out, do a little bit of different variation, but very much he is a seam bowler that can pitch the ball and swing the ball away, or if he does hold a bit more of a stronger grip, he allows it just to seam either way. So it makes it so challenging as a batter.
He's going to have to hurry. It's Santner with his left hand, left arm, who's quickly onto it, but all is well. Yeah, I think it's a great discussion. I think one of the great developments relatively recently is that wobble seam, last decade or so. go back to the era we were talking about just now. It was all seam up. Just looking at this, Santner is quick enough onto it, but the understanding, Bethel's very quick as well, so no problems there. But the wobble seam is something which has changed the way seam bowlers look at it. It's traditional old, shall I say, English seamer, 70s, 80s, was all seam up. Little variations of the angle of the seam, but pretty much everything was seam up. 60 for 2.
I think as a batter, you talk so much about cues that bowlers give you, and I was trying to work out how you would actually see that out of Matt Henry's hand. Like Tim Southee, you can see the fingers pointing down, you can see just the natural fingers together, beautiful away swing. Whereas for Matt Henry, because that ring finger is so subtle in terms of its position, the only thing I could think is if he has a stronger grip on it, you would see the ball, you'd feel like the ball looks slightly more bigger in his hand, so you would see more hand rather than ball. Does that make any sense? So you would typically see more of the ball if he has less of his fingers touching the ball.
Well, he's got it away fine. And that'll be runs just a little bit short. Didn't climb, and we saw in that first over from Will O'Rourke, there was real bounce, real climb. This one just, I suppose, emphasising little change, a little bit shorter, but Root is very much ready for it. Nicely tucked away. In fact, very nicely tucked away. Timed beautifully.
This is prodigious in swing here. Just that angle, and kept going as well. He's done well to hit that square just with that extra pace. 143k an hour, standing a lot deeper for Will O'Rourke, just to allow to have that extra bit of time for the ball coming on. I think if he gets his length right here, Will O'Rourke, he can ask questions, try and continue to bring Joe Root forward.
Yeah, it's just not quite got the right lines, has he? These first three balls. The one short, yes, was an attempted short ball. But again, just angled down leg side. The flick away was the in-swinger. This one, again, just starts the line slightly wrong. The lines in the previous over to the left-handed Jacob Bethel were good because there was kind of nowhere to hide. All looked very threatening. So he's just got to tweak this line a little bit across.
Waiting. No run.
Yeah, what you were asking just now, Katie, about what do you see as a batsman from the hand? To pick up the subtle variation you were talking about there, you know, sort of fingers just dropping slightly like that, I think you wouldn't necessarily see that first time. But what you do as a batsman is you start in your mind to sense variations. But the thing about the wobble seam, I would suggest, is that you cannot predict where it's going to go. And the whole point of it is the unpredictability of what happens when it pitches. Oh, look at that for climb. Look at that for bounce.
It's good length, staying leg side. Jacob Bethel doesn't want to get too inside the line. They've got that deep square leg back to say, okay, if it is down leg side or if we bowl a shorter delivery, you've got an opportunity for a pull. You feel like they're just trying to get him on that front foot, looking to have that slash. He loves being able to slash at the ball, get up on his toes and play through that point gully area.
Well, that's offline completely this time. Blundell behind the stumps gave off on that very, very early. Realised he had absolutely no chance of getting across. 73 for 2.
Get around here, lads. Here we are.
$73 for 2 after 14 overs.
We're just talking about just managed to get a ball, which is it's quite shiny actually.
You're privileged. I had to make it happen without a ball.
So if you're a batter, what you'd see for a seam bowler is you'd typically see that, whereas with Henry, how he has that finger on there, sometimes he comes up a little bit further, but you can see there's not much that you can actually see as a difference. He's probably more there. So that's where I say it looks a bit fatter in the hand.
Wait. No run.
So that is how subtle in terms of the cues are as a bowler. Because he releases down like that, you're only slightly going to see that. Mine's accentuated because of my fingernail polish, but it is very similar between being there and versus being there. Good luck, David.
But I think, okay, if you're looking at it from this angle, right, you hold it again. As a batsman, you will, other way, you will build up little bits of information each and every time you face someone, so that without really knowing it, you'll sort of see, okay, there's something slightly different, and your memory will sort of pick up the things that happen when you see that image. But at the same time, my thesis is this, that whatever you think you know from the hand, you've still got to watch the ball and react, because you can pick up maybe early swing, you can pick up what you think might be a clue, and half a second later, or 0.2 of a second later, things are already different. So it is the reaction.
You think about the reaction time you have as a batter, someone bowling mid-130s. You've almost made a decision by, you go, okay, I'm picking up the length. I'm going to need to go forward here. And then you think Ben Duckett, the fact that he goes, okay, well, one's gone away from me. It's always that danger one coming back. But it looks exactly the same out of the hand. The length is exactly the same. But once it's pitched, you're way too late. You're way too late in terms of your decision making, so you react. I think it's one of those ones, David, you go, the bowler was better than me on that occasion.
Oh, very much so. I mean, I absolutely. If I was Ben Duckett out there this morning, I'd have said to myself, nothing I can do about that. Not much Joe Root can do about that either, but leave it alone and let it go harmlessly past. 73 for 2. Well, Zach Crawley got off to an absolute flyer. 21 from 14, then that little attempt to turn it onside, bit of bounce from Matt Henry, and the ball looped back towards Henry. A great caught and bowl by Matt Henry to get rid of that first man. Duckett's beaten by the LBW delivery. We'll show you that shortly, just as a reminder. Bethel on 8, Root on 28. Root, that ability, even when under pressure, as England have been in the last little passage of play, the ability to put runs on the board. Ooh, that's a loose shot from Jacob Bethel. He's been kept quiet. Now let's just quickly show you the Duckett wicket, but just and finish off this point. That angle from Henry is the ideal thing to bowl to a left-hander. Pitching on straightening, it's pitched right on middle, it's going to hit middle. Can you predict that as a batsman? No. You cannot look at the hand as Matt Henry delivers that and say that's going to come back into me. So Duckett is trying to cover everything, the ball going straight on, prepared to leave it if it goes further wide, but didn't have time to make the adjustment when it straightened like that. End of story. Well, he's got it going down, he's got it into the gap, he's got 4 runs for it. A little bit more control than the previous attempt to get bat on ball. Frustrating for New Zealand again. Annoying for O'Rourke, but it's 4 runs to Jacob Ethel.
Just having a thought in terms of the field for Will O'Rourke, and quite often you see it, that sort of fly slip or the third put out as an actually attacking catching position. But because here at Seddon Park, up towards those Barmy Army flags, it's so short that if he is going to get up and under it, it's probably going to go for 6. So it somewhat takes out that opportunity. That's why the catches still remain in place in terms of those gully positions.
I mean, it's one of those bits of guesswork for a bowler and a captain. And you will try and judge it, you'll try and put some thought into in terms of a pitch, the pace of a pitch, the bounce of a pitch, as whether the ball's going to go fine off an edge. By and large, the slower the pitch, the squarer the ball will end up. You have 3 slips in a gully. There's inevitably a gap between them. So do you say to yourself, right, well, let's gamble on having the 4 slips in a row, leave the gap at gully instead, and then you're just in the lap of the gods there. It's a good contest. This is a very good contest between Bethel and O'Rourke. For the left-hander, O'Rourke's got the line sorted much better than he has at the right-hander. And although Jacob Bethel tries to basically cover the line of the stumps and will keep himself onside rather more than offside, this is climbing at him. Plays it well, actually.
And that gully's in position for that. Some you're going to see fly off, and then some may stay a little bit lower because of the difference in bounce. But the opportunity for New Zealand is, can they get that shoulder of the blade into that gully position, that backward point?
Oh, there we go. The hard work from Will O'Rourke pays off. Bethel playing into the offside, doesn't quite get on top of it. The pressure has finally told. Bethel has finally given. And New Zealand have the 3rd English wicket of this innings.
Just push the length up a little bit fuller. That's that point position we were talking about. Just him thrashing the hands at the ball, playing away, not sure whether the bounce is going to be higher or lower. Such a good reward for Will O'Rourke, who's bowled beautifully. And the pressure mounted against England. Bethel is out for 12, 77 for 3.
Incoming to the crease, England Test cap 707, Harry Brook.
Well, he's been the leading run scorer in this series so far, has Harry Brook. And he's come in with England under pressure before. This is a nice piece of work by Glenn Phillips in the gully, diving away to his left, but it's a great piece of bowling from O'Rourke. Now, you could say that Jacob Bethel hasn't learned the lessons of yesterday, watching New Zealand's middle order driving on the up and being caught in exactly the same places, this time just behind square. New Zealand's middle order fell to catches at point, at cover, at extra cover, at mid-off. Driving on the up is not necessarily straightforward on this pitch. Now, this is going to be a really, really crucial passage of play. Harry Brook new to the crease. O'Rourke, fresh, and has just taken a wicket. Oh, he's got him first ball. That is a major blow for Will O'Rourke and for New Zealand. Harry Brook, the man who couldn't fail in the first 2 test matches, drags one onto the stumps. It's a first baller for Harry Brook.
Huge wicket, Will O'Rourke. 2 in a row. Just the angle back in. He's got deep in the crease. That is swung back. Playing away from his body between bat and pad. Got the inside edge. Luck shifting maybe for New Zealand. That is such another good reward for Will O'Rourke. First ball, Brook, massive for New Zealand, 77 for 4.
Ball line, Will O'Rourke, Harry Brook departs for North off 1 delivery. Going to the crease. England Test caps 687. Ollie Pope.
Will O'Rourke has struck. 2 in 2 for him. When he begins his next over, he will be on a hat-trick, and this is exactly what they needed against Harry Brook. There is movement back in, there is bounce. And Harry Brook's slightly loose attempt just to get bat on ball, just drags it off the inside edge, down into the ground, back onto the stumps. And this just highlights the highs and lows of this game of cricket. He's been almost impossible to get out in the first 2 test matches, and here it's a first ball duck. I don't know how many first ballers Harry Brook has ever had, but he's had one now. Enables him to become a member of the primary club with their special tie to commemorate all those, any form of cricket who've ever been out first ball, the golden duck. But it's given the advantage back to New Zealand. It's a great spell from O'Rourke.
.93 miles per hour, 149k. That was how quick that delivery was. It was always going to take a special delivery to Harry Brook. You just look at the emotions in Wellington, the frustration. He walked back. So many past the bat. Couldn't get the opportunities when they were there, and then today just back to back. Good catch on the first one, fast delivery on the second one. Good bit of shape back in as well. Something that New Zealand's been searching for is one of those out-and-out quick bowlers, and you imagine the height, 149k an hour, the in-swing or the angle in and the ability to go away. This is the back-to-back wickets.
Yeah, the first one just swings a little bit in the air. Bethel is slightly loose outside the off stump. Good catch from Phillips. This one is coming back in. With that height, with the extra bounce, harder to control for Harry Brook. And yes, sometimes those inside hitters go safely past, but not this time. That's sweet. Joe Root, 66 on his back. Just eases it through mid-off, so there's nothing happening at the other end.
When you watch him bat, you feel like there's something different at his end. Just the simplicity, the beautiful straight bat playing through the ball. Oh, that's cricket at its best, isn't there?
Oh, it's lovely. Matt Henry trying to find a way through, straight and full. Yeah, for Joe Root, all that talent, all those years of experience. It's a quick sight of Nathan Smith, who's on as substitute. Joe Root supplanted as #1 in the ICC World Rankings, replaced by Harry Brook the last couple of days. Now they're wondering, is that pad for bat, which it probably was, but I would suggest the pad was well outside the line anyway, so each and either way, that's not going to be out either. So 81 for 4 it is.
81 before. And Willow North coming in again from the tip to south of the end. He is on a hat-trick, ladies and gentlemen. So let's make some noise. His practice one in. The toss of the cars. Get on your toes, Mr. Brown.
There is some expectation around the park here at Seddon. Will O'Rourke on a hat-trick. Already seen one this series, of course. Gus Atkinson in Wellington. What an over, last over. First ball, Harry Brook. Ball before, Jacob Bethel. Pope on strike. Down the leg side, a big appeal. There's a big appeal. No, says Adrian Holdstock, can't be. Hey, Sodi, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sumo. A lot of excitement in the crowd there. A couple of big wickets for William O'Rourke. Strangled downside. We've seen that already in this test match. A very viable wicket-taking opportunity, that.
Yeah, he's on the money. Will O'Rourke, that delivery to Jacob Bethel, just... he'd pepper him with the short ball plan and then laid one out for him wide. Bethel couldn't resist. He'd been caged up. This one nipping back into Pope. There's a lot to handle, and smart from the New Zealanders too, I think, to bowl O'Rourke from the Tim Southee end. Speaking to the players this morning, Ash, I think it was unanimous that there is a feeling that end of the pitch has just a little bit more spring than the end closest to our cameras as you watch from home.
Certainly going to aid him with the height that he bowls from. He's got that nice swing going away from the left-hand batters, and I think that was what brought the downfall of Jacob Bethel.
It's good hype in the field as well. Tesla Mitchell, very vocal. Again, the one that just nips back off the seam. Both Henry and O'Rourke have shown genuine tenacity today and that ability to move the ball both ways off the seam. Tim Southee, he got a rude introduction really earlier today. His first over going for 16 as Zach Crawley took a liking to him in that fuller pitch delivery as he was trying to find that swing length. But New Zealand have done well, 81 for 4, but they will know that this partnership has the potential to get away from them. Have to keep it on here. Man under the hood too. Short leg. Talked about that plan last over, whether they might put someone under the tin.
Yeah, with his natural length being slightly shorter than Matt Henry and Tim Southee, having the man under the lid there and not too much outside of that on the boundary there, potentially trying to get a pull shot out of Ollie Pope early in his innings.
New Zealand domestic cricket this year, Plunkett Shield produced one of the all-time short leg catches. It was Graham Severin, short leg bowling a Penny Younghusband Wellington match. Nicely played. They'll take the quick single. They had to hustle, and that was so close, and you do not want to take that man Nathan Smith on.
Things like that can change test matches, especially with batters the high quality of Joe Root. See Nathan Smith here so fast. One-handed pickup, and it would have been gone with a direct hit.
That is so close. Getting the wicket of Joe Root that way, that would have sent this New Zealand team into apoplexy.
Isn't it fascinating what a couple of wickets can do? It seems like the momentum just completely shifted.
Short, trying to cut, gone! There it is, another one! Will O'Rourke is having an absolute blinder here. Joe Root is gone. Cramp for room, tried to get it over the top. No luck, he's out.
Yeah, it's that angle back, isn't it, Sumo? Almost swinging the ball back into the right-hander here. Look at that seam. A little bit of extra bounce, and Joe Root just cramped for a bit of room there. An easy catch to Will Young at Gully.
New Zealand in the ascendancy here in Hamilton. Joe Root has to depart for 32. England lose their 5th. It's 82 for 5.
Lovely ones up.
Incoming to the crease. Test cap 658. And the captain of England, Ben Stokes.
Well, if ever a captain's knock was required, it's potentially now. 82 for 5 England, and New Zealand are having a real moment in this test. Those moments of domination and ascendancy have been few and far between so far in this series, but they're in one here. And largely because of this man, Will O'Rourke. Root just couldn't get out of his own way. Swung and came back off the seam. Will Young straight in the breadbasket. And Joe Root will be frustrated with himself. O'Rourke has extracted every ounce of bounce. Tim Southey.
Yeah, the ball's still shaping out there. It's always tough to start after losing a couple of wickets. Tim Southey's coming back into the attack here. A couple of slips still in play. See Will O'Rourke here again. Almost got a bit of glove on that. Wasn't able to control it with that bounce and that nip back into the right-hander. It's a fantastic result that for Will O'Rourke.
Still so young in his test career, but does he love this place? Will O'Rourke. 9 in that first one here against South Africa. 3 today, just 13 runs conceded. Outstanding spell from Will O'Rourke.
It's great to see the variety too, Sumo. You know, you've got Tim Southey and Matt Henry who are quite traditional, get the ball up there and try to swing it. But Will O'Rourke, as Brighton casted for England, hit the deck a little bit harder and extracting some of the bounce from the Tim Southey end.
Pipe showing some respect here. He knows that he and Stokes now have a job to do. They have to make a decision. Stylistically, yes, they would want to score at pace, but right now, this game is in the balance. From an innings point of view, England need to rebuild. They certainly need to respect that man on your screen. There's his figures so far today. They'll have to cherry-pick the bad balls too if they want to keep this run rate, which is currently at around 4.4, to keep that in the zone that they're accustomed to. But it's going to be difficult. Down the leg side, Blundell. Well read. Will O'Rourke, beautiful catch again. Glenn Phillips so good in that area. Extra bounce undoing Harry Brook. Took a good chunk on the bat and then Root cramped for space. Guided it really directly to Will Young. It's been a great exhibition of short ball bowling from Will O'Rourke. That's a bit of loose keeping this time from Tom Blundell. Disappointing for Southey and his figures. It'll be league buys. You talk about that short ball plan as well. Will O'Rourke does it with a certain element of finesse, though. There's real skill in it. We're not just talking about out and out, bend the back, be brutal with the short ball. We're talking about variations, really good strategizing and tactical awareness of what's required, Ish.
Yeah, I think he's bowled really well, and also, you know, he has hit the deck pretty hard, but he's got some seam movement, even a bit of swing at times, which has made it quite awkward to be able to pierce gaps in the field.
Southey still pitching it up, trying to tempt something out of Ollie Pope, who is not going to take the bait. 19 overs gone, 86 for 5. No surprise. Will O'Rourke continues from the Tim Southey end. He's got 4 slips in. Gully point. And Will O'Rourke is, as mentioned, has some very fond memories already of Seddon Park, and he's adding to those here today. Stokes on strike. That is a lovely seed first up. 9 for on debut here at Seddon last summer against South Africa. And this is second innings, and he would take a first 5-wicket bag. Neil Wagner doing the job in the deep. That led to a funny moment in itself. Good catch that off the inside edge. He was a handful whenever he had the ball. And the usual suspects doing the job in the field. So Wagner again involved. Great spell. 5 for Will O'Rourke. 9 in the match, full delivery, trying to guide that away to Young, and nice bit of fielding.
He bowled really well at Jacob Bethel earlier. That left-hander seems like a pretty good matchup for the way he's bowling at the moment. Those first 2 balls to Ben Stokes have been slightly fuller than what he's been bowling, and not having that square leg fielder out on the fence, he's potentially trying to get a couple of early shots out of Ben Stokes. Interesting to see how Ben Stokes actually approaches this. Is he going to counter-attack with playing a few shots, or will he be circumspect and try to rebuild a little bit with Ollie Pope at the other end?
That's real short. Trampoline style bounce this time over the top of Ben Stokes. I think too for Will O'Rourke, a chance to play to the ego of Ben Stokes, and I don't mean that pejoratively. I just mean Ben Stokes wants to dominate cricket games. What do you do to induce the false shot out of Ben Stokes? How do you challenge him? How do you bring out the rage, the red mist?
I think he's doing really well varying his lengths here. I think he's trying to get a shot out of Ben Stokes early. He's got 4 slips in a gully, but also no protection out on the leg side. Hoping for a pull shot to come out if he does bowl short.
Full and a swing and a miss, just like that. It's tempter after tempter here.
It's an outstanding start here. A little bit fuller than he's been bowling. This one didn't really swing away, but there's 4 slips are waiting there, and that's the type of shot he's trying to get out of Ben Stokes early in his innings. He's bowled really well there. A couple more wickets could put a real big dent in this England side.
I think too, it'd be fascinating, and we will get a chance to look at this at Will O'Rourke's pitch map today, because you'll see the variation. This one just takes an edge, pops up harmlessly, but Stokes is feeling it. He's feeling the pressure here. And New Zealand will be enjoying this at the moment, being able to apply some pressure.
He's a big man, bowls into the deck, but he does get a bit of swing when he gets it up there, nice and full. It's great control, and for a young bowler, he's right in here against some of the best players in the world, playing his trade. Obviously enjoys bowling in Hamilton.
And he's got that opportunity too to bowl that ball that gives Ben Stokes the release opportunity. This time it's down leg. Taken by Blundell. It's a maiden over for Will O'Rourke, 86 for 5. There is the England batting card is Southey again, and assisting the leg side to Pope. Talk about the variations of Will O'Rourke today, and we'll have a look at Will O'Rourke's pitch map. That short ball, and the length, just 20% full, but you'll see the wickets are taken in 3 different segments there.
A lot of short bowling there. And what you find usually is when bowlers do bowl those shorter lengths, they bowl a lot of cross seam, but he's presenting that seam upright and it's angling back nicely.
slightly shorter back of a length today, Will O'Rourke, but he does have those options. And I think that's the point you make, is she's got the ability to swing the ball through the air. And he's not afraid of that seam-up delivery, which is really effective for him.
Yeah, bowling in tandem with an absolute stalwart here, Tim Southee, in his 107th Test match. I'm sure he's relishing this opportunity as a young fast bowler. Probably watched Tim Southee for years and years on the tally. Now bowling alongside him, doing a great job for New Zealand.
Pope gets this away, and that'll go all the way. 4 runs pitched up on the pads, and Ollie Pope's too good for that.
Yeah, Tim Southee looking for that big away swinger that we've seen for years and years. Just veering a little bit too straight there, and great balance by Ollie Pope to clip that away to the leg side for a boundary.
There's no doubt to me, for all his experience, this would have been an emotional week, an emotional few weeks for Tim Southee too, Ish, and there is the risk he can be chasing those wickets. He's desperate to finish on a high note here. There's no doubt. I mean, there's been plenty of people with opinions of this man on your screen, but he has given half his life to that fern and that baggy cap. And there's no one who wants to win more, I don't think. But also, just to prove to himself that he's still got that last flourish in him. And I think everyone on that side will be absolutely rooting for that too.
Well, absolutely, he's been a great competitor, great stalwart for New Zealand for such a long period of time. And he's always running hard, he's always been desperate to do well, and it'll be the same in this 107th Test match. One of the most competitive guys you ever meet, whether it's out there playing cricket or hallway cricket in the changing rooms. He's always the first one out there.
I think sometimes there's a risk of confusing that natural, laconic personality of Tim Southee's with a lack of competitiveness, and I think that would be a grave mistake. He's desperate to do well for his country and for this team. 5 runs off that over, 91 for 5.
We're here with Phil Rutter, who's standing in front of a very special flag. Phil, can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, this flag is dedicated to my nephew-in-law, Andy Quinier. He was a Southend supporter who passed away at the age of 31 through bowel cancer. So we're just trying to promote bowel cancer awareness around the world by getting the flag out to so many special events and sporting events involving England as we travel, and to raise money for bowel cancer research as well. By people seeing it and donating money, we've raised £3,250 so far on this tour of New Zealand.
Perfect, Phil. Well said.
Just a few clouds gathering above Seddon, casting their shadows here. It's Will O'Rourke casting his own shadow on this match, though, and that one has just helped over the top. That's a fine shot, using the bounce. Ollie Pope in full control.
You're taking advantage of the pace and bounce from Will O'Rourke. It's brought him three wickets already, but Ollie Pope up to the task, playing that uppercut just over the slips there.
That's a profitable shot, and most of the internationals now know how to play that. Now we're just checking whether that's 4 or 6, and I think that will be called a 4, and indeed it is. Adrian Holdstock confirming. So a wee punch back from Ollie Pope. Certainly less in control of that shot. O'Rourke reverts the type here against Pope over the wicket.
Into his 6th over here, William O'Rourke. Yeah, he's a very tall man. A lot of strain will be going through his body while he's bowling these overs, so you'd almost think as a batting unit there's probably 1 or 2 overs left in the spell from William O'Rourke. So would you look to sort of play him out, or do you look to try to put the pressure back on him with this short pitch bowling?
Well, that's the intrigue for me, because England want to play it at a certain pace, because that's what they've become accustomed to, and that's what they're most comfortable doing. That's why that kind of bowling from O'Rourke is so crucial to the cause. It's twofold. It's taking wickets, but it's also putting pressure on England's batters, and just that little feeling that they're losing control of the game. And I know there's a long way to go in this test match, but England like to play on top of the opposition. And it's New Zealand on top of them right now, which they will not be accustomed to, certainly not with how the series has gone so far. That's nicely played. Really, as O'Rourke got too full in this spell, but that is one such occasion, and Ollie Pope is so good at that shot.
It's such a high-quality shot. I think the way he's been bowling has been forcing the batters back a lot, so often can be tough when you do have a pitch to be in the right position, have the right balance to play that shot, but that shows the class of Ollie Pope. Really nice and still, head over the ball, and he's able to play beautiful on drive for a boundary.
Oh, he hits a try to duck, and that one will not go to hand. Very similar to the Joe Root dismissal, but Pope survives. He was absolutely nowhere. That ball scorpioned him. Just short of Will Young. There was skid and bounce in that delivery from Will O'Rourke. That came on at pace. Two boundaries in the over, but Will O'Rourke finishes strongly. It's 99 for 5.
Tim Southey's been really miserly after that first over Zach Crawley took to him, conceding only 15 runs off the 6 overs, and Will O'Rourke being able to be aggressive at the one end, Matt Henry taking those 2 wickets. It's a great start for New Zealand this innings.
Two slips to the gully. Backward point, cover point. Trying to draw that false shot out of Ben Stokes, trying to get him on the drive. It's been a mode of dismissal we certainly saw a lot of in the New Zealand innings. And Will O'Rourke with the big wicket of Joe Root earlier. So we'll have a look at that shortly, because very similar to the delivery that almost undid Ollie Pope.
Walking down the wicket there and trying to assert a bit of dominance.
Just a little straight this time, and nicely played and navigated by Stoke. Well, let's have a look at how Will O'Rourke took to Joe Root here. Here's the delivery. It's all angling back into the right-hander, then a little wider. So a similar angle delivery, but pitches it wider. Root commits to the shot, commits to the line, and it comes back just that little bit too much. So O'Rourke brilliantly set up, and Joe Root falling victim to a good plan.
Yeah, that really is the beauty of presenting that seam upright. Joe potentially seeing the line, trying to play that cut shot, seaming back in quite sharply at the pace that Willow Rourke's bowling. That's why undid Joe Root.
England still scoring, and I think this is worth noting. The 100 is up, still scoring at 4.4. It's a little wider. There's a tempter from Tim Southee. The scoring rate not an issue, as it has not been throughout this series. New Zealand will have just one thought in the back of their minds about run rate.
Certainly peaked it back after that lunch break, going at 5.5s in the first 10 overs of that innings, and you can see that stem of that stop of run flow has really brought about a few wickets for New Zealand, and I think that's going to be the theme for this innings, especially with Ben Stokes still at the crease with Ollie Pope.
Proficient bowling from Tim Southee, New Zealand's most experienced. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 32. It's 100 for 5. Time for a drink here at Seddon Park.
Just rotate Tim Southee between both ends as well.
I wouldn't be averse in this situation, especially with Stokes out there. I know left arm spinner to left-handed batsman, but New Zealand's got a few runs here in the bank to play with, and I think Stokes would take on Santner, and if he takes him on, there's a chance. If he gets away with it, all right, you go back to the seam bowling plan. New Zealand's in a situation where they don't need to roll the dice. They really need to go searching. But I wouldn't mind seeing Santner bowling in tandem with O'Rourke. Bowlers like Santner, because of his accuracy, his changes of pace, he's a very, very good white ball bowler in world class. They become more wicket takers when batters are taking them on. Well, that one, 147k. No, the one before it was 147k. That one, 145k. And this is right at the top end of O'Rourke's pace. Now, what you got to factor in is the height and the bounce as well. This is impressive stuff. Stop from Santner. It was full, and Stokes will meet aggression with aggression.
I think in the first innings in Wellington, potentially, it was where he struggled a little bit. Ben Stokes, just with that matchup against O'Rourke, he likes to stay leg side. He likes to free his arms and hit through the offside, and he's doing really well at just bowling slightly straighter line at the stumps. Now he can angle back in and go away, and then he does have the ability for the ball to keep coming back into the left-hander.
Fends it off, and because of the pace, rockets to the boundary. Little inside edge on that, and a bit of thigh pad as well. 104 for 5.
Do you ever face a bowler with a statue of Will O'Rourke? with the ability to bowl that pace and swing in as well.
Well, what I like about O'Rourke is the way he uses his height. And I think that's why he's taken to Test cricket so well. He's fast, but he uses his height. And he directs the ball into the wicket. It doesn't fall away, it doesn't slide. And then it's just only got to go a little bit either way and it becomes a real handful.
When you're facing a ball that just keeps coming back at you, that's the most uncomfortable. I'm seeing Pope and obviously the wicket of Joe Root as well. When it just keeps angling back in and it's at the height where you feel like it's going to hit you, sort of that chest height, it's the most uncomfortable when you just don't feel like you can get out the way. Sort of talking about that angle back in, just kept following Joe Root. Loves to be able to guide that through. Again, similar, loves to be able to hit through that point region. Look at that, just hitting the top of off. It wasn't the extra bounce at all, but just the angle back in, which makes it so uncomfortable.
And the other thing with those is they stayed down a little bit. So we're talking about bounce, but those just stayed down. That's caused the issue as well. Because both players on the first line and the first length are thinking they've got freedom to go over the slips, which they're quite comfortable doing. Now it's too low, but they're committed because of the pace. They're totally committed to the shot. It's too late to pull out, so you have to adjust.
Well, I think in terms of the plan against Ollie Pope, he is so good at being able to get his hands lower than the bounce to be able to purposely ride it up, but it does create an opportunity where he does like to play squarer through the offside on the ball, whether it's pitched up slightly, he gets forward, or when it comes back. So there's a gully and point in place.
Oh, that was wide. He had to reach at that. He's done really well in the end. That's a fantastic piece of timing.
Well, the ball before he had angling back into the stumps, this time just wide, kept swinging. They don't knock in the toe of the bats these days, so it would have felt a little bit uncomfortable ringing through the hands.
It looked like a cut shot from the 1940s.
Just explain that a little more. 1940, because I wasn't born then, so...
Yeah, I remember it well. Now, if you're coming down to the ground, don't forget that you can range free in the Tegel free range area. You go where you like. You see those shots in the first days of motion pictures. Go back to the early 1900s. I think it was Victor Trumper playing. Good player. Just those cut shots look so contrived. 108 for 5.
Like when I get put on with you and David Garrow, I always get a history lesson in some sense. David and I talked about the helmets without the face guards, and now we're talking about old school cinematography, watching those clips of cut shots.
Right, round the wicket to Stokes. Leg slip going in. Now, last ball of the last over, he got an inside edge onto the thigh pad and went rocketing down straight through that area there. This one's not an inside edge. It's right out of the screws. Cracking shot.
There's such a nice free flow of the bat for Ben Stokes. He is one of the most glorious straight drive, cover drive players. He's a guy for an occasion, isn't he? Just when his team's in some trouble. It's what we've seen all series long. England have been 4 down for not many. This time 5 down, still a little bit behind, but there's always someone that fights out there with the bat.
Oh, and this one on the onside. Once again, the timing brilliant, right out of the middle of the bat.
That's big workload here for Will O'Rourke into his 8th over. Nearly 149k an hour. He's got some really nice rhythm. That's that extra bit of pace, just angling into leg side, and he just had to wait on that, just allow his hands to get on top of the ball. The boundary.
It's great pace. You just need to control it. Maybe starting to tire. The numbers wouldn't suggest that he's tiring, but maybe the accuracy would point towards it.
You get a sense it's attack on one end from O'Rourke, and then Southey just to bowl that holding roll. Quite a difference in speeds. Sort of got that sense from Ben Stokes, that last ball you hear, oh, that's a little bit quicker on me than I expected, a bit of extra bounce.
That's the awkward area there. It's definitely, I've seen it over the years here, bowling from it's this game, the Tim Southey end. Probably know it as the pavilion end. I think there's every now and then you just get this little ridge is probably the way to describe it. You can't see it, but it's the balls stand up every now and then.
They used to have the Kakanui, they had 2 different clays or soils throughout this block, but the Kakanui is sort of more down south. It's that little, it goes a lot drier, it spins a little bit more. Whereas a Patamahoe you feel is a bit of a darker soil, and so it has that extra bounce, but I think it also spins as well. It's sort of more, you feel like that Thatchia grass, whereas Kakanui is more that dead grass and a bit finer, a bit paler in colour.
Go.
116 for 5.
I feel like talking about soil of wickets is quite a boring chat, but I feel like that's more your angle.
It's so important because the pitch is a living, breathing entity in the game, isn't it? It has such a bearing on the cricket that gets played. I like the Patamahoe soil. I think it generally offers a little bit more pace and bounce throughout the game. I think it has a tendency. In my opinion, it has a more of a life cycle. Let's say it's more likely to start to actually offer the spinners some spin at pace. So you want the ball spinning in the last innings of the game, but you also want it spinning with a little bit of bounce and variation. And I always thought with the Kakanui, which you get down south quite a lot, is it will start to spin, but it doesn't spin with the pace or the bounce or the variation. It just tends to turn and it gets quite predictable. And the Kakanui pitches just get a little bit lower and slower as the game goes on.
The most famous aspect about a wicket in Hamilton, at Seddon Park, was when we had that crater game, where I think that was the Kakanui soil in the far end you're talking about with the ridge, where there was that much, it was pretty much a crater in the wicket.
Lovely shot down the ground. And I do like a straight drive. There's something just so dismissive about it.
Yeah, beautiful shapes. Just played the ball late underneath his eyes. Usually not a fielder sitting behind the umpire.
Yeah, that was when it was the old soil used to be on called Nike. And I heard it was very technical soil. You had to water it and roll it at just the right times. Boy, it could be fast. Oh, that one's nice. Just stands up a little. Nearly a leading edge. And then they changed it, and they had I think they had a theory of having the two different types of pitches, but of course it just didn't knit together. And I think there'd been some issues anyway that had taken a bit of grass off in a certain area, but we just happened to be playing on a pitch, played in that test match, which was right beside that point of demarcation, I guess. And there was a little area that just fell to bits. And right arm round to the left-hander, it was right in play. It was right on a good length. And I remember the umpire at the time, I think it was the great Steve Buckner. And he said that, I think Chris Ken's bowling, and the balls were starting to, it was ridiculous. And he said, right, one more goes in that hole, and the game's over. And we sort of weren't going to win the match. We were playing for a draw, I think. So we were trying to end the game. And I was at short leg under the helmet, and Chris ran in and bowled 6 out of 6 all around the hole. Could not get one in the hole. And then after that over, South Africa declared and said, all right, over to you boys. And luckily, as Stephen Fleming, because he was a left-handed batter, I was a left-handed batter, he just said as we ran off, and I was pretty cheesed off because I was now going to, and he just ran past and said, us left-handers aren't batting. And I was, oh, what an adrenaline dump. It was fantastic. Put my feet up. But I like what I'm seeing in this surface. I really do. I think there's been some life there for the faster bowlers. There's some interest in it. You apply yourself on this pitch, you can bat. And I really hope that we see it start to turn a little bit as the game goes on. Of course, I was to enjoy that. I think England need to get somewhere near parity in this first innings. 120 for 5. Boy, it's a lovely day in Hamilton. Looking away to the lake, down to the south. Henry's back. I thought that might have been the case. So Rourke, who got a little bit ragged in his last over. Henry back on. And that one stays down a little. Oh, look at that, no run. I just got a text actually from the groundsman. He said it's far too soon to talk about the crater. And he's right. I think it's still a sore point. Yeah, there's too much happening in this game to revert to that.
Well, truth be told, Rigger, isn't it that KJ actually did your lawn in Auckland? He helped you build a little, was it a golf course or a little golf hole outside your backyard?
No, he's because he's got a business called Keeper's Way, and it's turf maintenance, and he's got all the good stuff. All the good fertilisers, you know. Stuff you can't get in the stores.
Can we just stop for a second? Why is it when you guys really get into chat like this, the voice just drops a little deeper?
Well, it's a man's lawn, isn't it, we're talking about here. Yeah, good single. There he is, he'd be pushing his product on Nathan McCullum. What is Nathan McCullum wearing as well? This is a test, mate. This is test match cricket. You don't turn up in that. Well, there's the other one. I'll tell you what, it's a bit of a debate nowadays who's the most successful McCullum. Because Nathan's done fantastic with his construction company that he's involved in. Oh, in the air, good timing and a good stop, just one. And we're just starting to enjoy a small little period of dominance here. 122 for 5.
Plenty of clouds coming in now. Some slight rain scheduled for tomorrow, so hopefully that can sort of blow out and not impact the date. It's a good little period here for New Zealand. It's look like there's some clear plans against both of these players, looking to angle away and come back into Ollie Pope. Ben Stokes looking to counter-attack as well. New Zealand would love another wicket, another couple of wickets before tea. It's starting to spread now. Just one wider slip, maybe third slip, a gully, short catcher in front. Just shows the slowness of this wicket. Opportunity for catches in front.
Yeah, I think you only got to go back maybe 6 or 7 overs, and New Zealand were attack on top. And all of a sudden, the last 5 overs, these two, they're only 24 and 14 apiece, Pope and Stokes, but they've been able to just absorb that initial little bit of pressure, absorb that attack by New Zealand, and now they just feel that they're in that position where they might look to put a little bit more pressure on. And New Zealand will be aware of that. England still trail by 224, but these two out here could very easily eat into that quite quickly. New Zealand's well aware of the fighting qualities that Stokes has.
I guess the next batter to come Gus Atkinson, he's come up. All bowlers or all-rounders, bowling all-rounders have gone up a little bit, but you feel they still bat to 10. Matthew Potts can hold a bat. No Chris Wokes in at that number 8 position. This is an important partnership to keep eking through New Zealand's first innings score.
That's a good shot, isn't it? Just allowed it to come on, flicked it away into the onside.
Just got across enough to be able to get that inside the line and just help it on its way through that gap. They're just there very deep in the crease. Look at his footwork. Right back, both of them.
That's fascinating, because so often players will come down the wicket to upset your length. He's almost played like that's right at the end of a one-day innings or T20, and it's block hole sort of bowling. You get back, but he's done that in the Test game. Got back in his crease, so to give himself leverage to be able to hit the ball through the onside. It's confident stuff.
Exceptional hand-eye coordination to be able to do that. Just get yourself in a position and just rely on your hands to be able to play that. So well played.
Yeah, I think it's good batting, and it's something that's come into the game more and more over the last couple of years. Is, all you're really doing is altering your position on the crease. You can still have a still head when the ball's bowled. You can still play a ball on its merits, but you have the ability to just change the length of the bowling to give yourself a chance to knock away a good length ball. $128 for 5.
England 128 for 5. What better place to be than on the embankment at Zenith Park on a Hamilton score to divide Immaculate. And we have Ted, Angus, Archie, here, the boys are here, and they're very much a big day after two players like that, Ted. Oh, lovely stuff, and a beautiful old school black cap shirt here, can I just say. What a thing you should sell that on training. Right, boys, we need to help out, cheer on the boys on the track. Give us a huge go to black cap. 1, 2, 3.
Well, things still looking good at Hamilton in terms of the weather, the surrounds, the lake in the background. Cricket is developing. New Zealand have had a pretty good day. England still under some pressure at 128 for 5. But this partnership now 46. Now driving. Let's talk about driving, Stephen. With or without due care and attention. Not easy on this pitch sometimes.
No, it's not. I think New Zealand showed that. Excellent spell of bowling by Will O'Rourke, and there wasn't much driving going on to his bowling. Aggressive into length. He bowled a lovely spell at Jacob Bethel before he got his wicket. But yes, I think it is quite tough on this wicket. Again, just that 2 pace, and it seems as though it happens around that sort of 25 to 35 over mark when the ball's getting that little bit softer. Look, talk about this wicket being a bit platy and cracks opening up and a little bit inconsistent. We've seen both yesterday and today that the harder you hit this surface, I think the more inconsistent it is, and I think that's why O'Rourke and Henry have had so much success on it.
Well, good comeback there from Matt Henry. You could see Ben Stokes coming at him. And Stokes in the end got himself into a bit of a tangle there.
Again, it hit the surface and probably didn't come off as quick as what Ben Stokes thought, or as high as what Ben Stokes thought. So I think instead of sort of standing in the crease and you talk about they were driving it, I think England are going to come and make sure their body weight is coming at the ball and coming out of their crease and attacking it that way.
Well, I think you're right about the time during the innings that the ball does go soft and starts not to come off the pitch. That was what we saw yesterday afternoon, pretty much the same time through the afternoon, with New Zealand driving in the air, timing it on the up, when it's not coming off the pitch quite as you hope, can either lead to what we saw yesterday or things like this, where you make that sort of late instinctive adjustment. Can't quite get it going where you want it. So shades of swing. Well, England yesterday just used the 4 seamers. New Zealand only have the 3. So here we are, just about completing the 30th over the innings, and they've had to share it between 3. Their next spinner, the next bowler officially as the spinner is Matt Santner, although Glenn Phillips could be used if you want to have a go turning it against the left-hander in Ben Stokes. Beats the dive. Stokes settles for 1. Just that 1 from the over. 129 for 5. Just wondering what the tactics are going to be, though, because you can't bowl Henry Southey or Rook forever. At some stage, something has to give. Someone has to have a little bit of time to regenerate some energy. And we still don't know what spin will do on this pitch because we haven't seen it. 29 for 5, partnership 47. $129 for 5, and mutterings about spin have brought spin. So for the first time in the game, late in the afternoon on day 2, we see the first official spin bowler in Mitchell Santner. Very, very useful hand with the bat he played in New Zealand's first innings. And it will be very interesting to see what happens next. First up is going to be against Ben Stokes. There's no real rough to work with outside the off stump, but we'll just see if there's any grip in the grass that's on the surface. Initial field placings suggest a bit of this, a bit of that, bit of in, bit of out. Slip and a backward short leg, short mid-wicket, men out in the deep at long on, deep point and deep square leg. Straight away into the reverse sweep. It's a very good one too. Firmly struck. Beats the dive.
Good piece of the reverse sweep there from Ben Stokes. 50 partnership. Stokes and Pope. 73 balls for that 51, and quite there for Racha Ravindra, but a sign of intent from Ben Stokes and how he's going to play a spin on this surface.
Go, Slinky!
Well, the thing is that Stokes, being the positive cricketer he is, knows that if he can put the pressure back on Santner straight away, then that puts the pressure back on New Zealand. They want Santner to hold an end up here, nothing else. They want him to hold an end up because the seamers want to bowl the other end.
Go, Slink!
Santner more utilised for New Zealand in white ball cricket. Plays a lot of T20 and a lot of 50-over cricket, so he'll be used and he'll probably feel more comfortable bowling from a bowling discipline point of view in this environment. Players coming at him, looking to be more positive towards him. And you'd feel as though Santner would be more comfortable with that than maybe say a Glenn Phillips.
Possibly the irony is that England would feel they've got to work harder to put the pressure on Santner because he is officially the frontline spinner, whereas if Phillips comes on, although he can bowl, as we know, and he's bowled in the series, of course, usefully before, it doesn't feel quite the same as having to sort of drive someone out of the attack. Now for Ollie Pope, round the wicket.
Catch it! Yeah!
Oh, there we are. That is exactly what New Zealand were dreaming of. A little experiment to see what happens to the left-arm spin, and 5 balls into the over. One has bounced a bit, turned a bit, and Ollie Pope has guided it straight to Daryl Mitchell at slip.
He's just seen Mitchell Santner say there, spin boys, spin boys. That's exactly what it's done. A beauty from Mitchell Santner. And Pope's gone for 24. England 1-3-4 for 6.
Incoming to the crease, England Test cap 714, Gus Atkinson.
Well, New Zealand continued to keep a grip on this 3rd Test match. The introduction of spin brings a dividend straight away. There's a bit of loop here. So Ollie Pope just feeling for a little bit, didn't get out to cover it. Tried to dab it down, he's got just enough on it in terms of turn and bounce. It's the bounce, I think, that's done it. And Mitchell stays low, gets both hands underneath it very, very nicely indeed. Mitch Sanders having a good game, runs and now a wicket in his first over. And England still trail by 213, 6 down for 134. And Gus Atkinson has 1 ball left in the over to face. Just what the doctor ordered for New Zealand. 134 for 6. Well, it's turning into a bit of a sorry tale for England. Highest score of the innings so far. Joe Root's 32. Harry Brook, a golden duck. He now has both a golden duck today against New Zealand and a diamond duck 2 years ago. Run out without scoring to add to his collection. So we've said it a lot yesterday about New Zealand's innings. Of course, New Zealand's innings, a partnership is needed. We'll say it again about England's. Stokes happy to take the one. And look at the way things went yesterday. New Zealand got some very, very useful runs down the order from Santner and Southey.
And England have getting some valuable runs down the lower order of their innings in this Test series so far. Atkinson's had a score, Castle's had a couple of scores and some good fun, but this is a different situation from an England point of view. They're behind the game. When Atkinson and Cast are getting runs so far in this series, whether it's Wokes or Potts, Stokes as well has helped the tail. It's been a winning advance in the game.
Yeah, they've all, yes, you're absolutely right. They've made good situations even better. It does feel rather different when you've got a poor situation which you need to recover, because the psychology is just that little bit different, or in fact, hugely different. This is definitely the end that the quicker bowlers want to bowl from. More variable bounce, steeper bounce. O'Rourke was excellent after lunch. Bowled a really, really good hostile spell. Matt Henry not with the same height or outright pace now, but great control of lines and lengths. Atkinson is off the mark.
Yeah, I think it was. I was really impressed by O'Rourke in that 8-over spell. And I think, I would say throughout this series, he could possibly find himself a tad unlucky. The rub of the green, don't think has all gone William O'Rourke's way. I think there's been inside edges past the stumps. He's had a lot of drop catches, and I think in that spell he got a little bit of luck, and I think he deserved that from the way his series has gone so far.
Well, it's a good piece of fielding. Very sharp onto his natural left hand. Good flick throw. Inkling is that Stokes made it home, but we're going to check.
Background. Thank you. I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, all confirmed. Not out it is. Stokes had to be quick though. Had to make sure that bat was properly grounded and stayed grounded. .137 for 6. Well, Stokes on 27. Atkinson's just opened his account. The deficit, 210. Very nicely manicured ground, this Seddon Park here in Hamilton. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe a word in the wrong place.
Come on, Slinky!
That's pretty straight. That is pretty straight. Hassan Raza raised the finger very, very quickly. But it will be reviewed, so Ben Stokes will wait to see what the final verdict is.
Review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. We can go to front on, please. Front on coming up now, son. It appears there's no bat involved, but we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Thank you. Ultra Edge coming up now. Got a gap between bat and ball. Next frame, another gap. So I've got a flat line and a gap between bat and ball, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking, just waiting on ball tracking. Hassan, coming up now. Pitching outside off, impact in line and hitting the wickets. 3 reds, so you'll be staying with your original decision on out. Let us know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now, Hassan.
Well, Hassan Raza made his mind up very quickly at the time, is proven to be absolutely correct. 2 straight, hitting in line, hitting the top of the stumps. Ben Stokes' attempted sweep shot is negated by Mitchell Santner, who has now struck twice in the space of 2 overs and leaves England's first innings in tatters.
Center. Left arm round.
137 for 7. England behind by 210. Only 3 wickets left. Ryden Cass in at number 9. So Atkinson on 1. Cass just about to face his first ball.
Catch it, youngie.
So a massive task ahead for England now. So we're back again to discussing the psychology for Atkinson and Cass. Yes, they can make runs. Yes, they fancy themselves as lower order batsmen, but the pressure really is on now.
Yeah, they're both more aggressive. They look to take the game to the bowler. The field straight, as the field is, pretty much straight. So cross, shots we've just seen as Stokes, cross the line shots is pretty much out.
Ooh, it's a play and a miss to another one that bounces and turns.
This one's just bounced, took a little bit of the surface with it as well.
Close. Little shake of the head this time from Aston Raza. Might be worried about the height this time. He was dead right about Stokes. New Zealand are wondering what to do about this one. The clock will be running down. Still a bit of discussion going on, but the timer has gone, and Tom Latham's attentions are now elsewhere. Well, Stokes will always try and take the attack pretty much to anyone, including the spinners. Maybe a little flatter from Sander. And what he's managed to do, Sander, here is just to get it through maybe a little bit flat, a little bit quicker. No real turn at all. He's just got it absolutely dead right in terms of the line and the length. Once he got past the bat, once he got past that horizontal or near horizontal bat, there's only one place it's going to end up.
And I just wonder, as Santa was bowling that ball to Ben Stokes, he just backed off. He just backed off, and Mitch Santa had to compose himself and go again. And I just wonder if Ben Stokes' predetermined sweep shot in his eye line, he's seen the fielder right in front of square. That was out in the deep, and that shot there he played, he didn't execute it as well as he'd like because he's trying to get it behind square. And I just wonder if Ben Stokes, when he's looking back at that again, it got in a bit two minds. Got in two minds because he's probably wanting to go hard flat in front of square, but then seeing the field out the corner of his eye, backed off for a second, and then all of a sudden he's now trying to hit this behind square, and he's got himself in a horrible position, head fallen right over, and he loses balance, and when he looks up, the finger's there, and I think he knows there and then that he's in big trouble.
Powerfully struck, half stopped. First sign that this partnership is going to try and tilt the balance by playing a few shots as well. Just that simple element of pure survival maybe not good enough.
I also think the partnership, to keep each other going, will be bound the fact that they don't really want to be bowling again, because they've done a lot of work in this series so far, of Atkinson and Cass. So a nice partnership. Keep the boots up for a while.
Well, that's not where it's meant to have gone. Nice and full from Matt Henry. everyone looking towards extra cover needed to look down towards a wide long leg. Now, at the end of that over, there was a point of interest, shall we say. And that's why New Zealand, Tom Latham, opted not to review. They'd have known it was bouncing and going over the top. That's in the air, and that is a simple chance. Easily taken by Mitchell Santner. It seems you cannot keep Santner out of the action, either yesterday with the bat, today with the ball, and now in the field as well. Just chipped tamely by Atkinson. England are 8 down.
Another wicket dismissal, hesitation, not getting your head over the ball when you're trying to attack it. Easy catch for Mitch Santner. What a day he's having. Runs, wickets, now catch. Atkinson close to putting his bowling boots back on. Gone for 4, England, 1 for 1 for 8.
Incoming to the crease. England Test cap 705. Matthew Potts.
Well, at number 10, England have another man who can bat a bit as well in Matthew Potts. But the fall of wickets continues, and we've seen this pitch before. It does hold, and this is all that's happened here. It's held in the pitch, so that little push towards mid-on gets mistimed. Instead of going anywhere on the ground, it's just flicked in the air. Santner makes no mistake with the easiest of chances. Well, there's still something going on. This is extraordinary. It's a wicket and 4 runs from the over. It's 141 for 8. Matt Henry now has 3 for 48 from his 13 overs. New Zealand have the absolute bonus that, having eventually introduced Santner into the attack, just to try and give a bit of a break at one end to the quicker bowlers. Santner has picked up 2 in 2. He's got wonderful figures of 2 for 5. Top score for the innings remains Joe Root's 32. The damage, the big damage done by O'Rourke just after lunch, that was a fantastic spell from him. Just digs it out. Technically, England have not yet avoided the follow-on. Whether or not that would be an issue if the next 2 wickets fall with a gap of 200 or more, we'll have to see.
Catch it! How's that? How's that?
Not quite sure, people. They're appealing for the caught and bowled without any real conviction. I'd have thought it was hit hard into the ground, but umpires aren't sure, bowler not sure, fielder not sure. Heaven knows what the batsman thinks, but this will be reviewed.
TV umpire to director with an umpire review for a bump ball. I've checked both feet, it's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Clearly that is batsman's head in the air, so he will be out. So I've got made my decision for the mixed group.
Well, everything Mitch Santner does turns to gold, and very, very quickly as well. No one seemed to be sure at the moment the moment of the event, but everyone is absolutely sure now, very, very clear with the replay, that Bryden Cass hit that firmly back to the bowler, back to Mitch Santner, who takes the catch. He's now got 3 wickets in the space of 2.2 overs. England are 141 for 9 and still behind by 206. So what an extraordinary session. Set on track, New Zealand, by O'Rourke's spell just after lunch. The pressure has been kept on initially by the quicker bowlers, but the introduction of Santner has just really changed the whole dynamic. So Cass trying to do something about it, comes down. It's on the half volley, but it's very much ground, bat and into the air. Clearly shown on the slow motion replay. Santner equal to the task of catching it. But interesting how unsure New Zealand were at the time.
Yeah, New Zealand unsure, but Cass was pretty sure that he's hit it into the ground. And coming out of his crease to try and hit the big shot down the ground. Losing wickets rapidly. Looking to be aggressive.
Flatter and quicker. So Bashir, the last man in, gets himself off the mark.
But normally go off player reaction, whether it's when you catch or, you know, LBW if somebody's inside edged it, or you go quickly to the initial reaction, and the initial reaction there was of uncertainty and unsure. Santner was unsure.
Catch it! Wait there.
Well, it feels as though each and every ball at this stage could bring a wicket. That is how it feels out there, I'm sure, for England's batsmen, the last pair at the crease. It's certainly how it feels watching from safety of a commentary box.
Slicky!
He's down quickly, Santner, but just parries it, just enough space to take the run for Potts to get himself off the mark as well. And now it's 143 for 9. We're back with the score 143 for 9. Session has been extended because England are 9 down, so tea delayed. Question will be by how long. The playing conditions are that if it's 9 wickets down at the tea break, you continue for half an hour unless the wicket falls, the final wicket falls. So 204 behind. Follow on is still an option if New Zealand were to consider it. I'm guessing they probably wouldn't.
No, I'd be amazed if they consider it. We've seen 120 overs of seam, and then all of a sudden it's gone a little bit fast forward when Mitchell Santner's come on. Imagine this possibly last over of Matt Henry. I think if that was Tom Latham, I'd be looking to get my big, tall, fast and nasty on and make it even more uncomfortable for Bashir and Potts. Will O'Rourke bowled. I think he blew this innings open with that 3 wickets in the middle, and really good spell of bowling that. Bethel, Root, and Pope. He's down at fine leg, and he's either been bowling or signing autographs in this Test series so far. Will O'Rourke, he's constantly signing autographs.
Well, he is, by all accounts, a very nice lad. Quietly spoken. It is the tricky thing, isn't it? You can be outside the boundary signing, got to get inside. That's gone high. This is a chance. And that is very well taken. Glenn Phillips. Those are never easy. never ever easy, but he was very quick across the ground. Very good at keeping his eyes on the ball and his hands high enough to take the catch.
Yeah, Potts gone for the big shot. Seems that the never easy ones are the ones that Ben Phillips catches. He's dropped a few in this series that have gone straight at him and caught some absolute worldies. That's end of the England innings. Potts goes for one. England all out for 1-4-3.
Got to find the right length here, I think, England. In the first session of the game, they won the toss, they bowled first, and just think they didn't hit the length enough. Especially bowling from the end that Potts is bowling from. And it's been called the Tim Southey end for this particular test match. So bowling from the Pavilion end. There is a little bit of a ridge, I feel, running through the pitch. There's some variable bounce bowling from this end. But you've got to hit it, you've got to hit it, and you've got to hit it hard. That's a loose one first up.
Yeah, Tom Latham coming in off a nice 63 in the first innings. I'm sure he'll be reasonably confident, and potentially this innings here we'll probably see a little bit less nibble in this session than what we did on day one. Having played really well there, Rig. Do you think that really buys into a bit of confidence as an opener to get some runs in the first innings and come to the second one with a bit more confidence?
Yeah, it's always nice to have a score in a game. First up, first innings runs, you really do value those. And it's always very interesting to just get a feel for how the new ball is reacting off the pitch in the second innings. And it really, a drying wicket, it does have very, very different characteristics than that first session sort of wicket where the grass and the moisture just cushions the ball a little bit. And away. Wants to, won't get it. So that'll bring Young onto strike. Now Young, talking about first innings totals, got one of those totals you hate. You really hate getting 40 because in the first innings, because it's a score that doesn't says much. He played really well, I thought. It's a score though that you don't do well in the second innings. You don't back it up. You walk away with an average of 20 from the test.
Certainly is a game of averages, isn't it, Rigger? Yeah, it was nice to see Will Young get a start there. You know, 42. We're hoping to build on that a little bit now, and hopefully the baking of the sun has made the wicket slightly better to be able to do that.
Oh, nicely tucked away on the leg side. And he'll scamper back for 2. That's always a nice ball to get first up.
Yeah, it'd be good for Will Young, you know, as opportunities tend to come, especially down here. Keep that away from Tom Burns, is he? Maybe not.
Oh, hello. Hello. Is that foot on the boundary line?
He's a tall man with some very long legs and probably size 17 feet, so tough to get him out of the way here.
So it's boundary 4. He just wasn't aware of where the rope was when he wanted to stand up. It's a rule I'd get rid of. I just think it wastes time. Ball doesn't go over the boundary, it's not 4.
Yes.
Lovely shots. Positive start here for Young. That is a very nice shot. Just got on top of the bounce and eased it away with control. You talk about second innings, and this wicket isn't old yet. It's only the second day. But this is a shot that you feel as a batsman that later on in the game you can play with a little bit more confidence. I think it's a dangerous shot in the first day of a test, but on an older wicket, I always felt that you had more opportunity to play with a straight bat off the back foot.
Yeah, I feel like this wicket's aged probably a lot more than what it usually would. 2 really hot days, 29, 28 degrees. Certainly a lot browner than it was day 1.
Always angling down the leg side, bowling around the wicket.
Going down. Yeah.
They're not prepared to gamble on that one. Always looked like it was heading down. The other thing in the second innings of a match on a wicket that has aged, and you're right, the heat, the sun, the last 2 days has without a doubt dried this pitch out. It's looking a lot browner, but the ball scuffs faster. So the swing doesn't last as long in the second innings.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson's going to bowl around the wicket to Tom Latham again, and I think with the wicket browning off and being a fraction slower, I'd be interested to see if they bowl a slightly straighter line here. Having the mid-wicket in there as well is potentially trying to get Tom Latham to drive a little bit more down the ground.
Well, here's the LBW that they thought about reviewing, and it would have been one of the worst reviews in Test cricket history had they gone for it.
Anything for a test poll though, Rigger. They come few and far between sometimes, especially when you're a leggy in New Zealand.
Coming off the back of a nice stand in the first innings, these two as well, 100, so that'll feel good. It's a brilliant chance to just bat. Just bat. Build on the lead. You don't have to play at any particular pace. Plenty of time left in the game. Wicket's only, it's not even 2 days old. This was the first innings. New Zealand asked to bat first. It was greenish. And I thought the New Zealanders played really well. Took toll on anything that was not on the mark lengthwise, which is where the English side missed. Oh, that was solid. It was in the air for some time, but that is fair race to the boundary.
It's a great shot by Tom Latham there. I think bowling that full length and keeping the stumps in play is the play they're potentially going to take here, but it's beautiful balance here in classic Tom Latham fashion. In the air for a little while, probably shows the slowness of the wicket again. We've seen a lot of catches being taken in the inner ring, but it was straight enough to bring him a boundary there.
I think catches in front of the wicket will be something we'll see pretty early on here. If they're not finding the movement in the air, they're not finding the outside edges.
Can also help in stemming run flow, I often find. When there's a catcher in front of the wicket, it's a little bit harder as a batter. You almost think you have to hit it a fraction harder to hit it through that gap than what you potentially do if they're in a slip. So yeah, I don't think it'll be far away.
Oh! 13 without loss.
I wonder, Rigo, is this session here and potentially early in day 3 going to be the best time to bat? Because if the wicket continues to trend down the slower trajectory, is it going to be harder to be able to get value for shots later in the test?
Yeah, I know what you mean. As the ball gets old, it doesn't arrive. It gets slow. It's like hitting an old piece of soap. Goes nowhere.
You don't want to drop those.
He is very, very good on the pull shot, Young. And he has climbed into that.
Yeah, right on top of that ball there. It's a shot that's brought him a lot of runs domestically and internationally in his career already. Look at that, nicely over the ball. Vintage, watch the ball the whole way, and it's a fair race to the boundary there.
You want to be a little careful on the horizontal bat shots on the surface with the irregular bounce. Man, rollicking start, you know. 11 from 5.
Certainly value for shots out there. I think the wicket's certainly starting to become a lot better for batting now.
Waiting!
Tell you what, nice to see a bit of cloud cover for the people on the bank there. Been fried by this Hamilton sun for the first 2 sessions. Maybe finding a little bit of shade.
There's not much of it. There's some trees up there, but you got to get here early if you want to get a spot under a tree.
Couple of Tim Southey fans out there would have loved a wicket in that first innings. I mean, stoked to see a couple of sixes come off the middle of his bat.
Yes.
Tried to go wide, angle it in and straighten it, but it didn't straighten, so easy to pick off down the leg sides. Good start this by New Zealand. 18 without loss. Look at that. That has really taken off. That's a foolish delivery, and that's been taken well above Poke's head. And just piqued the interest of Young just a little. It didn't go unnoticed, this.
Certainly make him a little bit more wary about driving outside the off stump there. Maybe there's a Matthew Ridge on that side of the wicket as well.
Oh, that's a bit closer, and it's out. He's given it. Young will walk down. He'll have a chat to Latham. I think there might be cause just to maybe review this, and he has.
Got got the notion that it was just angling down leg side, but
To the umpire, to director, we have
haven't been given out.
for LBW.
It's only got a clip now, doesn't it?
Is out. Check the feed, it's a fair delivery. We go to front on, please. Coming up now, Adrian. Okay, it appears there's a gap between bat and ball. I'll just confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Ultra Edge coming up now. Yeah, we've got a clear gap between bat and ball. We can get ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking coming up now, Adrian. Pitching outside off, impacting line, missing wickets. Adrian's missing leg stump. Pitching to overturn your decision to not out.
Missing by some way.
To overturn your decision to not out.
It's just one of those ones, because it nipped back a little bit. And the batters played around his pads. It just, everyone gets a little excited.
I think it's how hard it hits the pad too, and you see another scrambled seam delivery that we've spoken about a lot today. It's almost behaved like a really quick off spinner, so we've already seen one early in this over, as you can see, missing by a reasonable way.
But I really think that's the dangerous ball. This feels like an aging wicket, even though it's only 2 days old. And England they've got to earn the right with the ball to then be able to attack the pads. And if they can get the odd ball to stand up outside off stump, and it just gets a little bit hesitant with the footwork, then if you bowled a series of dots, then you can bowl that delivery. So it's good bowling.
Yeah, it's excellent bowling. I mean, the first ball of this over, Will Young let go to Ollie Pope, and you saw how much it bounced. And the second ball of the over, the scramble seam delivery chasing the pads, nipping back at that quite a big amount there. Shows there's definitely still something in the surface there if you're willing to hit the wicket hard. Atkinson's bowling really well, and he's got a bit of confidence from that last innings, but certainly making things happen with the ball, even on an aging wicket. It's just so variable there. I mean, even that ball there just looked like it took ages to arrive off the wicket. There's been 3 completely different reactions off the wicket this over already.
I think this pitch, and it'll be the same pretty much the whole way through the game from here as it has been. I get the feeling it's one of those, if you spoke to a batter who maybe scored a few runs, they'd tell you, and if they did it in more defensive fashion, they'd say, look, just felt like I was never in. Just felt like it was always a ball that might get me out. They had to work really hard. That's a good ball there. Nice in between length, 18 without loss. And I think it's a surface where if you try to attack on it, you'll end up getting yourself out. So you just got to decide, all right, what's my best method here? And I personally believe out there, a bit of fight. Hanging in there, because it's still, I think if you're prepared to play late, show good defence, good technique, it's not a minefield. But to get on the front foot and whack it, and consistently whack it, with the ball arriving at different paces would be very difficult. We've seen that.
Yeah, it's been the undoing quite a few batters in this test match already, so I think you're right, but old-fashioned grit.
The old-timer's calling for a bit old-time cricket, isn't he? Bit old-fashioned test cricket.
The man for the job is Tom Latham. Very gritty opener, has been for a long time. Takes a lot of pride in his wicket. Leading from the front. Certainly the man for the job.
this top order stance, this first wicket stand here by New Zealand is, I think, it's really important to just settle the, I don't know, the anxiety in the New Zealand camp right now. They know they've got their noses well in front. The last thing you want is a third innings wobble where you feel like you're starting to let England back into the game. New Zealand has had some issues with third innings wobbles. And these two out here can build upon their fine work in the first innings and just grit their teeth and grind it out. Not to be positive, but to play very accurate cricket. Then New Zealand will start to feel right. You know, we're not going to get rolled here. We're going to learn from the first innings in the middle order. Not going to get rolled. We are in a great position. You lose an early one here. Kane Williamson, anyone can get out, or you lose your two openers quickly. There would just be that. Oh, we're not going to let them back in, are we? And that, it's almost a little sort of, it's a virus that can get into you mentally at this point of a game. And these two out there are the two to make sure that horrible little bit of negativity does not enter the changing shed. The edging along the ground.
It's a very advanced test match, which seems to be a common theme of this test series. As you can see that ball there. So not quite carrying to second slip. A variable bounce on show again. Tom Latham playing with nice soft hands, presenting that straight blade. Fortunately for him, landing about 2 meters short of Harry Brook at second slip.
A team with that loss. So anything over 200 is not easy to get in the fourth innings of a match. These statistics, they really surprise me. The fourth innings run chases. Those are to win, remember. So those are to win. Now, there could have been some high fourth innings totals to save a match. But, you know, I look at New Zealand pitches, and so often you take the game by the scruff of the net in the first innings. And then the wicket gets better and better and better and better, especially those wickets like down in Christchurch on the Kakanui clay. And I always thought that, you know, a big total is gettable in New Zealand. But they have not been got. And I can only put that down to the mental side of it, that you feel out of the game. So you play like you're out of the game.
Waiting, waiting!
I think scores of 200 plus, perhaps in the past, have been almost chased down on the fourth and fifth day of a test match. I suppose the fact that this wicket's only 2 days old by the end of this day today, it's only going to get better for batting. It'll be interesting to see if you know, a score of 300, 350 even, you know, it's very gettable in this day and age. I think especially the way that England play their cricket, scoring rate's never going to be a problem.
Yeah, you go to a place like Australia and the type of clays they use, the heat, the pitch is baked, they crack open, and they get really difficult to bat on in the last couple of days. But often New Zealand pitches will get either easier or they won't actually deteriorate that much, so they won't be noticeably more difficult to bat on.
Waiting!
Yeah, I mean, already saw a little bit of turn from Mitch Sattner in the first innings of of England's innings, and I think with the advancement of this game so far, it'll be interesting to see if it does venture out to that day 4 and day 5, because I think with the amount of heat that's been around, there's potential for a couple of cracks to open up. And Shoaib Bashir on screen there, he'd be licking his lips seeing how much Santner got the ball to turn on day 2, and I'm sure he'd be excited to get a crack when he does.
Yeah, they're there. You go and have a look at the pitch. Because it's still well grassed, you look at it and you go, is that a crack? Is that a line? You sort of see these lines, a little line. My eyes play tricks. But they're there. They're just covered by the grass. Once that grass burns off a little bit more, exposes those cracks a bit more, they'll start to widen. And I think that's what you want. They're there. It's just, do they deteriorate? 18 without loss.
Here's a straight catch that he asked for it.
Now I like him there, because he likes to go straight, Tom Nathan. He's a good exponent of that on drive. The other thing he does like to do is, I'm about to say let's go straight, he also likes to go square. But every now and then he does. On this angle, he'll look to hit a ball that's straight-ish through square leg. Now, if that holds up a little bit, and we have seen some hold up in this match, that brings the leading edge into play as well. So not only is that player there for a middle shot that goes in the air, that's a really good run. There's gaps in front of fielders if you're quick enough. But he's not only there for the middle shot that goes in the air, he's there for the leading edge as well.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if there's a straight catcher for Will Young. Certainly very strong on the drive as well.
No, they're trying to nick him out. Obviously, they had him given LBW and it was overturned, but they're looking to maybe feed that back foot drive a little bit. 2 slips, and then if he does hit it okay, there is 3 players protecting square on the offside. And that's just too straight, and that's easy for a player of Young's caliber. Oh, they'll steal, they'll pinch a third. Good running. So I think the plan here to Young is you've got 2 slips when he's back on strike. Then they have a point, backward point, and a deep gully. And looking to maybe get one to stand up. And Young drives through the offside edges if he hits it well. And then if you can stop those runs when he does hit it well, then you can bring the ball back at him. Looked at him in the pads again. In the air again, and that one's through the gap. It's one of those boundaries that every opening batsman enjoys.
Been a very profitable area in this test match so far. How good is that when you're early in your innings and you just get that boundary through that third slip and gully gap?
He's done that a couple of times. He bowls himself off his feet.
Yeah, it was something to do with his ankle there. I think the way that he landed, potentially a bit of a pothole there that he's bowling into.
It always amazes me that fast bowler comes in and bowls, falls over and just lands right in the middle of the pitch. Oh, edge again doesn't carry. This may go for 4 as well. No, they should haul that back. Yes, they do. But yeah, you get a fast bowler runs in, falls on the pitch like that, all 90 kg of it. Does no damage to the surface at all. But you go out there before the start of play and brush your hand over it and all sorts of alarms go off. Officials running from everywhere. When they've just put a 3-ton roller over it, and you're going to alter the condition with your hand?
Yeah.
All right, just getting old and grumpy. 29 without loss.
Again, lads. Quality work here, boys, eh?
So Latham and Young steady, 29 from 42 for the opening wicket. First wicket. That's a good shot. Very, very straight bat, very firm push. Bashir with the slide and slightly off balance throw in the end.
Yes or no?
Yeah, it's really good from Latham. Very compact, just economy of movement. Very, very efficient. And for the first time in the series, Tom Latham, as captain of New Zealand, finds himself and his team in a really strong position. Nice feeling, even though the series has gone. And it's also a bit of a pointer as to what might have been, isn't it? Because those first two matches very much dominated by some extraordinary batting by England, Harry Brook in particular. The moment Harry Brook fails, gets first ball duck, golden duck, sudden New Zealand find themselves with a good lead. It's not as though they haven't had good positions. You know, they've taken wickets early. For instance, at Wellington's one example, first innings, England's first innings, they're 40-odd for 4. Unable to capitalise there. Today it was all very different. And I thought the key moment actually was really that spell after lunch. Well, that's the important stuff. Got to see, just always got to look at the bigger picture with England. Let's get that golf swing honed. Yeah, key moment was that 8-over spell from O'Rourke after lunch today.
I think the other aspect is that New Zealand took their opportunities when they come as well. Man on screen, Harry Brook, dropped 9 times in Christchurch, and how different that test match may have been. The counter punch in Wellington where England were 4 down, and just shows when New Zealand take those opportunities presented, you feel like they match them in their own way.
A mention of the late Graham Thorpe, whose name of course is on the trophy for this series.
I like this tactic from England, having they moved that the guy beside the wicket, Ben Duckett, on the onside, on the leg side, straight across onto the offside. Just to say, okay, if you want to be able to play straight, you're going to have to be really on point with your execution. And encourages them as well to try and hit a little bit more square on the leg side.
Eight overs in, 31 without loss.
One thing I love about Test cricket is you can come here and watch. You can sit on the bank all day, you can have a sunbathe. And sometimes you might see 2 hours of play all day. You go home, you said, I've had a great day watching the cricket.
Well, these guys have had a fabulous day. They are free range and free ranging in the Teagle chicken area. Perch anywhere, they have covered the perch. I'll miss that chicken.
Well, the question really on everyone's mind is, would you miss the chicken more than you'd miss the camel?
Oh, no, hang on. Casey. Yes, the otherwise known as Tim Southey. Yes, we had an episode with the camel this morning. Well, I said there she is. I mean, I'm making assumptions here. Yes, we had some levity, didn't we, this morning, when those outside of New Zealand would not have seen the quiz. It was part of our build-up here for TVNZ. He, she, or it is a very, very fine beast, but she says, sorry, he, she, or it says very little. Expressionless. That cap, I'm told, is iconic. All the things you tell me, Katie.
I think the great news of the day is that we obviously were able to source a Steady the Ship hat, which is the white hat with the black that's sitting on top of the camel. And you're obviously unaware that that's Kane Williamson's nickname, because there was a long period of time there where New Zealand batters struggled, and really it was around Kane batting through and steadying the ship, steadying New Zealand's batting lineup. So it's been a great picture of you with the Steady the Ship hat on. So you've learned a couple of things since you've been in New Zealand. Very well educated now.
There we are. One is always learning, Katie. That's why we travel. That's why we come to these places, to learn. And enjoy.
Well, I have actually learned that you do love camels. There's been a black and white photo that has come from back in the day of you with the camel in Dubai. Maybe you look like early 20s as well. So someone sourced that. So I've heard the greatest compliment today is that you've been called one of the great New Zealanders. So welcome.
Well, thank you. I will take that as a true compliment. And that camel was 30 years ago, at least. Solid defence. It's a maiden over. It's 31 without loss still.
Keep bouncing, boys. Keep bouncing.
So plenty of time in this game for New Zealand to build on this position. There's a threat of some inclement weather tomorrow for some of the day at least, but for now conditions could hardly be better. Great views you get.
Here's something random for you. Tom Latham and Will Young have faced exactly the same amount of deliveries and are on the exact same score. How often do you see that?
And they've both hit 2 fours. There's total symmetry as we look across our aid memoir for all the stats. 15 runs, 27 balls, 2 fours, no sixes. Strike rate, of course, 55.6 each. Minutes, guess what? 39. Total symmetry.
No!
That's ruined it.
It's just a nice, with the way that New Zealand have approached their batting innings of opening partnership, have been really successful for New Zealand. Next test match is in Zimbabwe next year, so there's still quite a period of time. It'll be interesting what this New Zealand team looks like then, whether things will change in terms of the team. Gary Stead's contract is up for renewal after the Champions Trophy in February as well. We talk about this being Tim Southee's last test match, but there's obviously other areas around where the New Zealand will look in terms of rebuild. We've seen the best of Will O'Rourke, we've seen Nathan Smith as well, so like what I've seen about these opening pairs, I think Devon Conway's still a classy player, still someone that has such a great ability at the top of the order, middle of the order as well, and is an important 3 formats player for New Zealand. But for teams to get success and sustained success is creating that depth and competition for spots.
Well, that's beautifully timed. Plenty of space out there just behind square on the onside, but beautifully timed. Very nicely played.
Nice hands just turning it around the corner. You look at England as well, you've got Jamie Smith potentially to come back with the gloves. Where does that leave Ollie Pope with the success that Bethel has had as well? They've got Zimbabwe and then also India at home before the Ashes, and now there's a plethora of fast bowlers that's had success in New Zealand. Chris Wokes as well, and how important he has been in terms of with the new ball.
Well, he's chopped it on. No batsman likes to do that. Just trying to force it away on the offside. The inside edge has dragged it back onto the stumps for Tom Latham. And you can see the disappointment etched on his face as he has to depart.
Yeah, just lost his grip, really. That top hand just slips off the bat, away from his body. The second time we've seen a chop on today. Harry Brook the first one, Tom Latham the second. He's out for 19, 35 for 1.
New Zealand Test cap 248. Kane Williamson.
Well, England have made a breakthrough. They've parted the openers with the score on 35. Kane Williamson, number 3, as is his due place. So that looks inviting, doesn't it? If you're a left-hander and there's just sort of a length, bit of width outside off stump, you're thinking, yes, I can put that away. But he just gets a little bit awkward there. Slightly angled bat, but you still back yourself as a batsman to get that away successfully, either for a couple of runs or for a boundary. So for Tom Latham, that inside edge has ended his participation in this game as a batsman. Still plenty of work to be done as a captain, but he's going to have to watch now as Young and Williamson see what they can do together. Couple of balls left in the over, a couple of slips in place, short extra cover, short mid off that is.
Wait on!
Just wonder if that Tom Latham delivery just maybe held slightly in the wicket to be able to get through the shot. They're going to check a no ball again. Seen so many of these in this test series. I think it's okay. When you see inside edges onto stumps, you feel like that is when some of those balls are a little too pace, when they sort of stop in the wicket a little bit. Made a change here. That third goes back for Kane Williamson.
No!
35 for 1. Well, you mentioned the steady the ship cap associated with Kane Williamson. The ship is looking pretty good at the moment for New Zealand with the lead of 239, so it's not so much steadying as keeping it going in the right direction will be the plan for Williamson and the rest of that batting order. Potts and Atkinson 5 overs apiece so far. Potts still continuing at the Tim Southey end to Will Young.
Potts has a really good record against Kane Williamson. He's got him out 4 times from memory between his debut test series a couple of years ago in England. Matthew Potts, and then again here in the first innings from Kane Williamson. So we'll be hoping he can get an opportunity for him on strike. I just wonder if they're just working on that angle back in, just the wider line and the angle back into Will Young. Can slightly overcommit on that front foot. Already seen one LBW overturned.
Well, the single to Young will give Potts the chance to have another go at Williamson. And just as a reminder what happened in the first innings here, that dead bat, just a little bit too dead, you could say, for Kane Williamson, and he realised just a fraction of a second too late the ball was now spinning back towards the stumps. Couldn't reach it with the boot. The ball doing the damage just enough to dislodge the bails, and there we were. Celebrations for Matthew Potts. Finds the edge, but the edge, as ever, so often with Kane Williamson, just guides the ball down, guides it into the gap. And whatever the bowler did right, Williamson has still managed to pick up 4.
He's pretty much dead batted the ball then, didn't he? He just held it nice and still. Just the softer hands, it just went down on the ground. If anyone's going to catch it, it's going to be Harry Brook. He is so good in those positions. Made a couple of adjustments. Just it is so subtle how Ben Stokes goes about it, but they've got that cover fielder in a lot tighter now. They got, I think it's Ben Duckett a little bit closer to the stumps as well. So they're saying, okay, we want you to drive, Kane Williamson. If you want to drive, you're going to have to execute it really well. We've seen him play so well straight down the ground. That one bottom left of the screen would squeeze in a little bit tighter. I've seen so many catches just with that holding of the ball bowling into this end.
That's good. That bit of width was enough for Williamson to very quickly get himself in a position to very much more intentionally this time guide it away down to that 3rd boundary. He moves on to 8 with 2 scoring shots.
I think if you put him and Joe Root side by side in the way that they play in their first 30-odd deliveries, very much just allow the ball to come. They like to work through those gaps in 3rd and then try and allow the bowler to bowl a little bit straighter. It is something England have done very well against Kane Williamson, is bringing that ball back in as well as just that slightly wider channel.
Wait on!
Yeah, absolutely right. Very, very similar in many, many ways. 44 for 1. I mean, very similar in the simple fact they both make an awful lot of runs and make it look rather easy when it's going well. But yeah, the basic setups are similar. The scoring areas are similar. The time they seem to have to see the ball and react is very, very similar as well. Right, 11 overs into this New Zealand 2nd innings. We had the first bowling change of this innings. Bryden Cass replaces Gus Atkinson at the City end. Cass, who's put in a lot of very good work this winter, first in Pakistan for 3 test matches there, 3 test matches here in New Zealand as well. With the changing of the guard, England's changing of the guard over the last year or so, Stuart Broad retiring at the end of the previous summer, Jimmy Anderson, who's here of course as the bowling coach, in effect being retired earlier this year, give or take 6 months ago. So opportunities created for the next generation to stake a claim. Atkinson's done well, Cass has done well, Woakes is still there staking his claim. Gotta hurry, gotta hurry. The throw does not miss by much. Bashir doing the backing up.
He's called this straight away, Will Young. Ben Stokes having to move to his left, got quickly around. Oh, he would have been out. Just a bit straight of that throw. Out by a mile as well.
Well, a complete misjudgment and an apology. I mean, Stokes is quick, but the ball was hit firmly and too close to him. He got himself into good position, got himself set, having turned to face the stumps, just unusually awry with the throw. Good metre away or so.
Play on!
If you look at, we just briefly talked about the selection dilemmas for both teams moving forward. What changes would you see in terms of this England bowling lineup for, say, their summer next year?
Well, I think what they want to do is see who's fit. So you've got 2 of the quickest men in Wood and Archer. Now, they've obviously had their injury problems over the last couple of years.
No!
But we all know that that little extra pace often makes a difference. But there are also 2 men who need looking after in terms of that fitness. So they will obviously monitor the situation with both those 2. They know that they'll get a lot of work out of the likes of Cass. Atkinson's had a fabulous year, really, since his debut at Lord's at the start of the English summer. People like Potts, very, very steady. He's bowled perfectly well enough in this game, but no great pace as such. Woakes, he has done his thing here. So there are basically more than enough to choose from. What I would imagine England will do, and what I would do, is look at the summer, look at conditions, look at pitches, look at spreading the load. I mean, India, we've got Zimbabwe and India, 5 tests against India. India, of course, fabulous side, not to be taken lightly. So whatever you do, you are still trying to win that series. You're still trying to find the best formulas. And when they look ahead to the following winter, again, well, in Australia, you'll want pace, you'll want height. You'll want people to stay fit and be available. One from the over, 45 for 1.
Well, we've certainly found our fans of the day here on the embankment. Boys, it's tough work in the sun out there, but how do you handle it on the embankment?
A little bit of factor 30, a little bit of water, and plenty of beers after the match.
Factor 30,000. How much do you love the sun, mate?
Oh, mate, I worship that thing up in the sky. There's nothing better than that in the sky. I don't see much of it back in England. You've got to make the most of it when you're here.
Well, you certainly are. Your olive skin's looking fantastic. So well done on a great day out there, boys. We appreciate the support.
No, thank you.
From the Saudi end, Ben Stokes.
We have a double bowling change. We saw in the first innings, New Zealand's first innings, that Ben Stokes opted to keep pace alone in the attack, did his fair share of the work. He managed to split it pretty evenly between the 4 pacemen. Didn't use Bashir at all. That's something that I hope will change at some stage today. Stokes now from the Southie end. Something of a loosener for the England captain, just tucked away. One of the things Stokes seems to do well, though, is he seems to get swing from a slightly older ball. We'll see what happens. That's a good run. Now, as we said, England have not used spin at any stage in this game so far. Average spin in the series. Santner today, well, it was a short spell, a very, very effective spell. There was turn, there was bounce, 4 degrees. So it was 3 overs and 3 wickets in 3 overs for Mitch Santner. Bashir 3 and 2.2 in terms of his turn in previous games. I was thinking yesterday there was a time where England could at least have tried Bashir. I know they went all seam for a reason, which is there was always something there, it seemed, or it felt there was always something there for the quicker bowlers. But I mean, it was an absolute revelation this earlier today when Santner came on, picked up a wicket in his first over, picked up a wicket in his second over. Lo and behold, picked up the third of his wickets in the next over. Ollie Pope guided one to slip, which bounced and turned. That's well bowled and in the end well dug out. Good Yorker.
Also think about the workload. I think was it 23 overs for Ben Stokes in that first innings, and almost it's an important end for spinners to bowl from. And Ishodi can talk about that far better than me, but the end that Stokes is bowling from at the moment is such a good end for the pace bowlers because of variety of bounce. When the spin bowlers bowl from the other end, you feel like there's extra bounce facing out at this end. This end being the opposite end, so when the bowler's bowling from the far end, from what you're seeing at the moment, it just felt when you played here, it did get a bit of extra bounce, whether there's ridges in both ends, but traditionally if you're a spin bowler from this end, from the southern end bowling to the batters at the moment, not as much bounce. So there is definitely a preferred end for spin bowlers to bowl here at Seddon Park.
.47 for 1.
Thirteen overs complete here in New Zealand's second innings. The lead's 251. And England's bowlers will be feeling the pinch here. Success, yes. Cast to Williamson, who plays straight. I think it plays for him about 97 overs in the first innings, Ishodi. England's batting innings did not last long. 35-ish overs, I believe it was in the end. So there has not been much respite for a group of pacemen who each 20 overs plus in that first dig for New Zealand. Bryden Cast was cramping up at the end of play yesterday. And so when you think about Bazball as a strategy, when it doesn't come off in terms of that first innings for England, which now stands as their lowest total in a first innings since 2022 against South Africa. And the bowlers might feel they would have enjoyed maybe another day just to rest and recuperate, certainly another good night's sleep, but it's not to be. So all that said and done, this is New Zealand's chance to really make them put their noses in the dirt here.
Yeah, it really is, Sumo. There's a lot of character here from Bryden Cass. He's still running in pretty hard. As you say, he's had a big workload, as is the other seamers from the England side. Certainly no respite. Test cricket can be tough at times. You know, the Suns have been baking this wicket a lot. They're coming out. I think it's a big effort from them to come out this session and show as much energy as they can. They've still found something out of this wicket. One that as a batter you don't really ever feel like you're in on, but certainly be good to see the spinner to give the fast bowlers a bit of respite as well.
He'll have a role to play, there's no doubt about that. Cass again, and that one's past the outside of Kane Williamson's bat. It's been a good over so far, this. Kane Williamson will know too, more than anyone else. We are day 2, still with an hour and a half of play remaining today. New Zealand can take this test by the scruff of the neck in a major way here today.
It's certainly what they'll be aspiring to do. I think the bowlers have set up a really good day for the New Zealand batters here, and with the sun baking the wicket, they want to make the most of this session here. And
nibbled back on Williamson and made him think about things. Even the field's a bit of a half and half situation here, isn't it? From Stokes, who's now got a few things to think about. Has to defend runs, first and foremost, has to take wickets. Sometimes those two directives don't entirely match up. I think the first hour today was such a frustrator for England too. Williamson leaves the last ball. It's a maiden over, 47 for 1. Temperature just starting to cool off a little here at Seddon Park, which will come as some relief for England's attack. It's been a ferociously hot day here in Kirikiriroa. Stokes again from the southern end.
yes, Sam, as you can see, I suppose as a response to New Zealand effectively being 251 for 1, England's still searching for wickets, obviously, but you can see now a third man's out on the boundary there, trying to stop that profitable area, especially the way that New Zealand have used nice soft hands. If the ball has nibbled, it's gone through that area for a lot of runs, and they've now got boundary riders on both sides of the wicket, so certainly shows that the New Zealand batting side is definitely ahead at the moment.
Yeah. Young trying to pull this away, gets enough on that, and that'll run away for 4, down to fine leg.
And that brings up 50 runs for New Zealand.
Young on the pull shot there, just getting an inside edge, trickling down very fine there. Shoaib Bashir quite square at a deep fine leg, and it's a welcome boundary for William Young.
Quite wide too, isn't he, Shoaib Bashir? So had some ground to make up. So anything tickled fine is a genuine opportunity. Is he on board, or is that a trick of the camera? Well, the other thing too is the heavy roller was out, wasn't it, today? And New Zealand, 35.4 overs, they bowled on it. So the work of that heavy roller will now be beneficial to New Zealand. England couldn't make use of it. Santner made such a huge difference for New Zealand as well. That spell of O'Rourke's after lunch certainly a tone setter, and Mitch Santner taking advantage of an England side that found themselves just behind the 8 ball in terms of the pace that they prefer to play at. That's a good delivery to Young. But Santner's ability to extract bounce and turn on this pitch, and that's something that Shoaib Bashir would have taken note of.
It's exactly right. Mitchell Santner bowls from a really high release point and gets a lot of bounce out of surfaces, and this Padamahoe clay generally has a lot of bounce in it, so it's great to see how much turn he could extract on day 2. And Shoaib Bashir, you know, he'd be about 6'6". I'm sure he'd be looking at that and trying to extract a little bit of that bounce as well.
And this has been, for New Zealand, you'd have to say their most dominant day of the series. Certainly that last session, their most dominant session of the series. It's the first time I think you've really felt that New Zealand against England throughout these 3 tests have had the genuine upper hand, have controlled tempo, pace, and have made England uncomfortable. You can sense that out there. Gets a full one, and that is beautifully driven for 4. Last ball of the over. Over goes for 8, New Zealand. Starting to climb in here, 55 for 1. Ben Stokes was wholly unimpressed with that last delivery to Will Young, who's moved on to 26. Solid 42 in the first innings. For Will Young, he'll be looking to add to that. Williamson once again just angles the bat and guides that down to third man. It's set up for a big day for Will Young, isn't it? Very good lead for New Zealand, a position of dominance in the test match. No, I should say there's always pressure for a test match opener, but in the context of the game, far less than Will Young walking out on day 1. A chance for him to relax here now, spend some time with Kane Williamson, feel that calming influence first and foremost, and really build into an innings to be proud of from a personal point of view.
Yeah, Will Young would like to take his opportunity. Obviously, Devon Conway being out with the birth of his first child. He's a very popular member of the team, Will Young. 20 matches, 1,000 runs already. Best of 89. I'm sure deep down he'd love to get those 3 figures at some stage soon, but it's fantastic in the last series against India. I'm sure it's given him a lot of confidence, and if he can ride on that confidence from the first innings. It's a guides one there.
Oh, this is just a bit of a shambles here for England, and I think this is a sign of fatigue, really. Not just the physical fatigue, but a little mental chink in the armour here.
Yeah, it can be quite frustrating that as a bowler. You know, Bryden Carr's been running in hard. It's in the gully there. Jacob Bethel thinking of a potential run out, and Shoaib Bashir chasing that down. 2 extra runs that, you know, runs are really valuable at this stage.
Oh, he went for it. Went after it, and would just pay to keep calm here, Will Young, given the dismissals we saw yesterday of Ravindra, Phillips, Blundell, Mitchell. All 4 of those chasing a shot outside and well outside off. I think the dismissal of Root might play on the mind as well. The way O'Rourke was able to get one to jag back and looking to play that cut shot, Joe Root. Got cramped for space. And went straight to that man with the bat in his hand.
Heading. Yes.
Got half a hand on it to Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, that variability in bounce, I think, is playing a big role in a lot of batters getting out outside that off stump. And the ball's probably not quite arriving as you expected off the surface, and it's been quite inconsistent throughout the test match already. Just got to be a little bit wary playing outside that off stump. Try to play as late as you possibly can. And try to drag this innings out as long as you can.
Here's an example of it. Cass bending the back and extracting just a little something extra out of this Seddon Park pitch. It's time for a drink.
It's now time for a Powerade drinks break.
And all thanks to Powerade, hydrating the BLACKCAPS.
William 29 off 46, Kane Williamson 10 off 19. A 24-run partnership between them of 38 deliveries in 29 minutes together at the crease. One we're calling, of course, Tom Latham. In the 16 overs so far, Latham dismissed for 19, bowled by Gus Atkinson. And 14 minutes left in today's play.
Tom Latham, the one batter dismissed by England in this second innings. 19 from 31 deliveries. Will Young and Kane Williamson still at the crease. 59 for 1 after 16 overs. And we'll have a look at England's demise today. Matt Henry first up, taking Zach Crawley. Sharp piece of catching as well. Backed it up with a wonderful delivery, and he was absolutely dead in front. Ben Duckett. It didn't get any better after that. Jacob Bethel was caught beautifully by Phillips with the bowling of O'Rourke. O'Rourke then was on a hat-trick. First ball, golden duck for Harry Brook, chopping on Joe Root. Also falling foul of O'Rourke's aggression. That was a spell after lunch. Santner was used in the second session today, and it was a beautiful piece of bowling from Mitch Santner. Lovely spell. He had 3 and 3. And Matt Henry making sure he wasn't missing out late in the day either. It was a good catch from Santner to dismiss Gus Atkinson. And then there was some confusion here as Cass. Some thought it was a bump ball. Santner wasn't sure. They asked for a review. The review duly came, and Cass was caught. And then Matt Henry had the final say, looking to tee off. Not much left in the day, and that's good catch over the shoulder as well from Glenn Phillips. 35.4 overs, England's first innings here. And returning just 143 runs. Well down on what they would have liked in this test match. Saw them a long way behind, and New Zealand straight back into bat. No thought of enforcing the follow-on today. And we're back live with Ben Stokes bowling to Will Young.
Certainly a day set up by the bowlers for New Zealand. How much is that momentum going to play into their batting innings here? sumo.
Well, I think he has to, doesn't it? I mean, this is, you know, genuinely a time in the series where New Zealand's batsmen, you know, they have an opportunity without the kind of pressure they've faced through the course of this series against an attack which simply must be timed. They were out there all day yesterday. It was a hot day. Another hour's work this morning before New Zealand lost its final wicket. And still no sign of Shoaib Bashir. .24 overs from Stokes in that first innings. And that is full. There was some drift in towards Williamson. Quick movement of the foot, and that is pumped over cover for footy.
You don't often see Kane Williamson driving through the covers and hitting the ball that far in the air. I think it's another reflection of how slow this wicket actually is sometimes, that variability of bounce. It's great contact and it's a great boundary, but it's perhaps just stayed up a little bit, a fraction more, as he's probably indicating there with his body language, and that's gone flying over the covers for 4.
That was a little closer than Kane Williamson would have liked. Ben Duckett's the shortest man in the team too. Zach Crawley in that position may have been a little different.
Yeah, just stood up on him a little bit there, didn't it? Be interesting to see if Zach Crawley probably got a bit of hops there as well. I mean, he's 6'5", 6'6", he's a monster of a man.
Look at the line up here. Change of the field, so Williamson drives straight down the ground. Should be cut off, and will be cut off by Potts. Good hustle from him.
Yeah, great hustle that from Potts. Speaking about the bowling attack being tight, he's got a lot of overs, Matthew Potts, and he's chased that down pretty hard there with a lot of intent. Something Brendan McCullum really prided himself on, chasing the ball to the boundary. Perhaps that's something that's filtering through to some of the players there too.
Look at that field sitting again. So we've got a short cover in place. Duckett at point, and then Crawley backward point. All looking for that opportunity, that lofted shot. .66 for 1. There's the match so far. New Zealand's lead now 270 runs as Bryden Cass arcs up again from the city end. Short pulled. There's a man back. It's Potts again in the action. So just the single for Will Young to start the over, but he was onto that length quickly.
It's a very productive shot for him, and I think he's really controlled it well. He knows the field is out there on the boundary, and they're potentially wanting to use that variability of bounce to get a wicket out there as well, but he's really rode that bounce really nicely and really precise. The fact that it has been a little bit up and down, I think it's a fantastic shot.
Kane Williamson trying to get through that gap, thread the needle. It's a strong offside field for Kane Williamson. defending runs with the guide down to third. A fine leg in place as well. Mid-off, who's quite wide and more in an extra cover kind of role, and then that man at short cover-ish, and not leaving a lot of gaps there, asking Williamson to hit straight. Oh, and he's just got that away. I don't know what that's come off, but there might have been a bit of bat involved.
Yeah, stacking that offside field, it feels like a lot of them are there as catches more than run savers. See that one there, just staying a fraction lower. This is what I mean about the precision of the pull shot on this wicket. Kane Williamson, he's, you can't really trust the bounce of the wicket's going to be completely true, so you've got to be really precise with your shots. And even there, ball staying a fraction lower, but because he's playing it nice and late, he was able to get some bat on it.
Happy to let that one go too. It's Will Young. I think for Cast, you're gonna want these New Zealanders to play shots. Bring the stumps into play, force them to play shots. Don't give them the chance to leave.
Yeah, he's got that mid-off quite wide there. Potentially wanting Will Young to force one down the ground nice and straight. He's left a big gap there for him. Potentially bringing those cover catches into play, so it's quite smart captaincy and really smart bowling here from Braden Cast.
Yep.
That's an easy single. They'll turn into two here. Good running from this New Zealand pair. And a minor milestone for Kane Williamson. I say minor because he has so many now, but 5,000 runs in New Zealand for Kane Williamson. Top of that list from a New Zealand point of view. Average of 65 and a best of 251. Those are serious numbers. Happy to pass the last ball of the over, 70 for 1. There's the numbers again. Kane Williamson in his home country. Quite staggering. Stokes to bowl. This one's clipped away nicely off the front foot. Just the one there.
Yeah, phenomenal record that he's amassed over a long period of time, Kane Williamson. 5,000 runs in New Zealand. Absolutely loves batting at Seddon Park as well. Knows these conditions inside out. 19 test centuries. I mean, getting a century almost every 3 test matches. It's pretty prolific, that. Averaging 65 in the modern era. Some batsmen, geez, and he sometimes makes bowlers feel like he's got a pillow in his hands. Such soft hands.
Yes.
Oh, well, he was rather frustrated with his mode of dismissal yesterday. And I saw him on the field this morning, delicately ushering away a giant moth, actually, that had made home on the turf while the team was warming up. I said, even there you've got soft hands, Kane. He said, well, they didn't work out too well for me yesterday. Test at Seddon Park, an average of 92.25. There are not many in cricket that would have a better average than that for the number and the volume of tests played.
The sheer amount of runs in 12 test matches, Sumo. 1,476 runs in 12 test matches at one venue. I mean, that's phenomenal. seriously consistent. And he goes about his work so nice and quietly. He's a very humble and calm character. But wow, when he's putting out numbers like that.
Well, we showed our viewers a table yesterday of players in their favourite grounds, and we'll update that for you and show you again, because players certainly have them, that is for sure. This is solid from Will Young. I like the way he's approached this match. It is an opportunity, and they don't come around a lot in New Zealand conditions for Will Young. He's been on the fringes of this team. Obviously, Devon Conway has been the preferred opener. Will Young's been tried as an opener, a little down the order. Got his opportunity in India, of course, in the absence of Kane Williamson. You mentioned how liked he is by the team too, Ish, and he's a lovely man. Will Young, he's got such a lovely, calm demeanour. Nice guy to talk to, but I think there's some serious resolve underneath that. As you would well know, you've been up close and personal with him on tours and in teams.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's a very tough competitor, and he's also a great team man. I mean, often can be quite tough being the backup batter and playing in different positions, but he's got such a sound technique. I think he's suited to any position in the batting order.
And technique on show to finish the over. It is 73 for 1. Brighton Cass, no signs of the cramp that possessed him late last night. Got sniped. He was man down. Both legs had gone. As the shadows lengthen across Seddon Park. On the drive, Kane Williamson gave him the space. Pitched it up, and Kane Williamson does not miss out.
You can see what Cass is trying to do, pitch the ball up nicely, and Kane Williamson up to the task here, but we've seen that bounce be a little bit variable and the pace on the wicket slow. He's got the straight mid-off catcher, but Kane Williamson up to the task, too good, and finding that gap for a boundary.
Well, look at the way he just turns the face on the shot too. Knows there's a field set for the one that slides off the face, maybe out to point. Here they are, single venue, highest test averages. Bradman in Melbourne. That looks hard to beat. Lakshman in Kolkata, Sobers Kingston, Abbas in Lahore, Michael Clark in Adelaide, and Kane Williamson in Hamilton, when Hutton, Tendulkar, Lara and Smith also on that list.
It's incredible company there, Kane Williamson.
Wait on.
We spoke briefly about it yesterday too. There is something about your favourite ground. I'm wondering, we didn't get a chance to touch on it, but you know, given the fact you've played provincial domestic cricket here at Seddon Park, you also got Hagley now with your time in Canterbury colours. I mean, what would be your favourite field to play on? Certainly your favourite pitch to bowl on.
I think familiarity, eh? Playing at Seddon Park for a long time. Wicket generally has a bit of turn in it too, but it's like Kane Williamson. He scored so many runs here. You sort of rock up to grounds and have a bit of confidence before the ball's even bowled.
It's full again, and you can see Williamson straight away Just saying to himself, that's not where you wanted to hit that, Kane. He was looking for the on drive there and just got a little hooded on the shot.
It's one of those wickets, just like Kane Williamson's done there. It's one of those wickets. It's a little bit slow and variable. So Brig made the comment earlier. It's a type of wicket that you never feel like you're in on. Now, you might be batting out there for a long period of time, but you can't judge yourself on how often you hit the middle of the bat, because it seems so difficult at the moment. But you just got to get out there and grind for a long period of time, and hopefully runs can follow towards the back end of the day.
Kane Williamson's just having a conversation with his hands there, just asking the question, which one of you's in charge?
No!
You know, when you're batting out there for a long period of time, you want to feel the middle of the bat, but it just seems like one of those grounds and one of those wickets at the moment that you're not necessarily going to feel good and might have to score some ugly runs at times.
He's the master at them. We spoke about that during the innings in Christchurch. Kane Williamson can go through periods in any innings where sometimes it looks like he's just been introduced to his bat. I know that sounds unfair, but I think you get the gist. And then all of a sudden he can click his way out of it again. It's a remarkable skill that he has. 77 for 1.
Offside is stacked to stop that very thing, and Young has threaded the needle.
It's just width from Ben Stokes trying to get Will Young to play away from his body. They've got 3 men in front of square, 2 of them in catching positions.
It's good players when you see like a trap set. Bowling to a plan, and you've got catches in there on the offside. Oh, this time goes aerial purposely over the top. That is a wonderful stroke. Because it's controlled, it might look high risk, but he knew exactly where he was hitting that, Young, and he hit it there.
That brings up the 50-run partnership.
Brings up the 50 partnership between Young and Williamson, and yeah, total control. I think this is what the England batters do really well, with the ball that's bouncing, or giving some room outside the off stump. New Zealand in this series, the batters have been a bit in two-mind, a bit indecisive, and playing across the line, trying to go into the leg sides, causing them a bit of problems.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make before I was rudely interrupted, and I'll get back to it actually, because I've been rudely interrupted by a statistic, which is the 50 partnership, so I can continue with my point actually. I think it was another graphic that was coming up. Is that, so Young's gone through that offside, so they're all stacked there under his nose in front of him, they're in his vision. So you're thinking as a batter, okay, they've got a plan for me here. He's gone along the ground through the field, and then he's gone purposely over the top. You look at, when they place those players there, it doesn't mean you can't play into that area. What it says is if I'm going to play into that area, I've got to play it with control. I'm going to go along the ground, I go along the ground. If I'm going aerial, I go aerial. Nothing in between.
I think it also, as from a batter's point of view, it gives you clarity of thought of what the plan is. You know, England are going to bowl outside off stump. They're going to give me a little bit of width. Am I going to leave it? Do I play the drive? Is it in my scoring area? And I think the clarity of thought on this surface is what's needed as a batter. I think we've seen so many times the indecision has brought a downfall of the batter. End of the 21st, 85 for 1.
Chile, which side? Same again, shall I start this side?
So highest test averages at a single venue. The Don, no surprises. He probably, well, the average. 99?
99 test cricket, wasn't it?
So he was pushing 100 at most grounds. It's average.
Yeah, I'm a bit dark. I'm a bit dirty on that one. You know, the 15 innings.
Yeah.
Oh, nicely controlled off the back foot here. Kane Williamson, he is very good on their back foot drives. Do you think you should be on that list?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm devastated. I mean, I don't get many chances to be on a list for batting, especially when you've got Sir Donald Bradman at the top. But I have to say, in 7 innings, 6 test matches at the Oval, I think my average is 131, which goes above Sir Donald Bradman. Highest score of 49. Does Ben Stokes just touch the Toblerone there? No. Doesn't look as though he does. There's no real movement.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think he saved that. Yeah, a higher score of 49 against South Africa. Pushed the ball into the offside. Straight to A.B. de Villiers. Looked at Monty Panesar, who was my batting partner. He was getting awfully closer to me as I looked up. As he's staring at me very, very closely, so I decided to set off the run. 49 and out. As we walked off the field, Monty looked at me, apologetic, said sorry, and said, "Sorry, I thought he was a wicketkeeper."
Never went on to get a 50?
No, never went on to get a 50. He was a very, very good batter, was A.B. de Villiers, a very, very good wicketkeeper, A.B. de Villiers, but on that occasion, he was an exceptional fielder.
Well, there's actually not much that A.B. de Villiers isn't good at.
Yeah. Yeah, so a little bit disappointed. It was a very, very good number 11, average number 10. So to not get on that list is disappointing. To be close to the Don. Speaking of the Don, David Gower, enjoying what a beautiful day it is in Hamilton. So yeah, health and safety might be a bit looking at David Gower there. I think that ladder behind him is the only way to get up.
One year when England was here playing and the scaffolding had the prefab sort of commentary boxes stacked about 4 or 5 high, up high like that. And Srian Bothamwood's had come over, and he doesn't like heights. And he refused to go up and commentate. So brilliant, because the New Zealand crew was on a lower level. So we got Srian for the test. Oh, nice delivery. Pretty well controlled as well, high on the bat. Over the top and away for 4. Quite an expansive shot, that one, from Williamson. He moves through to 30. The score to 93 for 1.
Well, after 25 years in cricket for ANZ, it wouldn't be a game of gherkin without playing cricket at the cricket. So, oh, great bowling, Huxley. We've got groundsmen, we've got kids of all ages. The embankment's heating up. Go, oh! Oh, controversial. Did he get his hands under that? I don't know, but boys, how much fun are we having at the cricket today? Yeah, lots. Whoa! Well, there you go. Maybe the standard's a little bit lower, but there's a lot more fun happening on the back.
Well, here you go, Harmy. You'd been wanting to see this for some time.
Yeah, Shoaib Bashir didn't bowl in the first innings. I think he was scheduled to bowl 3 times, but every time Ben Stokes was going to bowl in the first innings, the seamers kept taking a wicket, and the way New Zealand bats had just energised the seamers. So 22 overs into the second innings, we're going to see Shoaib Bashir bowl. I think he'll bowl well on. The reason why I wanted to see him bowl, I think he'll bowl well on this surface, especially right-handers. Wouldn't surprise me if England have a leg slip, drives the ball into the surface, makes the ball bounce. With players in the modern day game playing more predominantly off the back foot and giving themselves some room. That bounce that Shoaib Bashir gets, he pushes batters back. So it'd be interesting to see if England go. Joe Root's going in at short leg, whether he gets a leg slip in or not. But I actually think, I don't know about you, Mark, but I think New Zealand have got to try and target him. Try and be more proactive at him. Try and take him for runs, be aggressive towards him. 297 in front. The seamers have done the bulk of the work. Over 120 overs in, nearly 120 overs in 2 days. I mean, you've got to take the spinner down. You really have, especially in the position that New Zealand's in.
Paddling behind square, should get a couple. Oh, yeah, 4. Ahmed has made a bit of a mess of that.
It looked as though he got there in good time, and I think it was the roll and the tumble from Rian Ahmed that took him towards the rope and took him over the rope. Oh no, he's not, he's flicked it over himself. And that's 301 in front now for New Zealand, and we try and keep putting, put pressure on the spin bowler.
Well, you hate that when you're on there as a reserve fielder, because it's your chance to be in the game, isn't it? To do something, you should be full of enthusiasm. Maybe he was just a bit over-enthusiastic.
That's Rian Ahmed. I mean, that sums him up. This kid loves cricket. I mean, he's a special talent. I think he's a bright future in the game. He can bat, he can bowl, he loves being in the field, he loves talking cricket, he loves being in the action. Like I say, he's been waiting to come on for a long time. He's just a little bit too enthusiastic.
Oh, now that's close. It's scuttled just a little, but it's turned. And that is what might have caused some doubt. Too high, they say. I thought it just scuttled through a bit.
the challenge playing Shoaib Bashir off the back foot. Is it high? Oh, I think England might have missed something there.
I'm going upstairs every day there.
Oh, that's a great start, Bash.
Back foot or just above the knee roll.
Back onto the stumps.
He might have hit it. It was the way they played back to quite a full ball is why I thought it might have kept low. It's just he misjudged the length.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see here if he's just got a little scratch on it. And he has, he's just got a little scratch on it. Good start from Bashir.
Stop, Bash. Nice, Bash. Good bouncing, boy. Lovely, Ray. Bash. Nice that, Bash.
$100 up. New Zealand's second innings. 100 for one.
From the city end, Ben Stokes.
Stokes from, it's changed ends. We have a crack from the, I actually don't know what that end is. We're commentating with the south end. He's bowling from the other end, which is maybe the south end. Well, apparently people are calling it the city end, but that's stupid because the city is off to the side. Nicely, just eased away through the offside. That'll be 50 for Young as well, backing up a good start that he got in the first innings. Real good opportunity here for Will Young. He seldomly lets New Zealand down. He often comes in as a replacement, and he's been very consistent.
And again there, just not looking to hit the ball too hard. Make sure he's got in the right place. Let the ball come to him. Confident in movement, no indecision, and well mid 50 for Will Young.
Tenth time to 50. He has not scored a Test 100. There's a big blob in that column. And sometimes when that's the case, you get to 50 and all of a sudden the pressure of the world comes upon you because you're conscious of it.
Big time, and I think we've seen that in the last game for Jacob Bethel. not even got a first-class 50, first-class 100, and he got into the 90s, and you could just see the nervousness of him. So it'll be interesting to see from now on how Will Young goes. Is he in any better form than he's been in them 20 Test matches, coming off the back of India, and had to wait for these 2 Test matches when Devon Conway missed out, but player of the series in India, he's probably in the best form he's been in, would you say, from a Test match point of view?
He's always been pretty consistent. He's always done a good job when called upon. He got an opportunity in India to bat in his preferred number 3 position. Kane Williamson wasn't there, was injured, and he bats 3 for his province a lot, Central Districts. And he made every post a winner there. Where they were difficult batting conditions, and he scored some difficult runs and some meaningful runs under pressure, actually, I thought, and he was player of the series for New Zealand. But he still hasn't got that big total. And when it comes to selection, I think the big totals that Conway, where there's been the debate over Conway versus Young, Conway's got the big scores. So I always think as a selector, it's the over bowl, 102 for 1. As a selector, and you're picking between 2 players, you're going, okay, we know this guy's pretty consistent, but when they're both at their best, what's the output going to be like? And you would look at Conway and you go, well, he's got massive totals, and he gets big totals, and you know how important they are.
And that's what England do when England talk about ceiling levels, and the ceiling level of some of the young players and where they see and fit into the team, where they fit into where the game plan is. I think that's why a few eyebrows raised on selection from an England point of view.
Come on then, Bash. Sure.
So no one's questioning Young's ability. In fact, you know, many are saying he should be in the team. He's got a golden opportunity here.
Yeah. Nice Bash.
To really stamp his mark. To go on to a big total and say, well, leave me out now.
Yeah, take the place off Devon Conway by doing something you've not done before, which is obviously score the Test 100.
Because he's also got to think there's actually a decent break till, I mean, this is New Zealand's last Test for some time.
Play South Africa next. Is it South Africa next?
Not sure. So that he's got to sign off in this Test match with, he signs off with a big 100.
Basha.
He's going to manipulate, and that's a beauty. That's so well controlled. He's not going to let the spin bowler dictate terms here.
And rightly so, when talking about being close, you know, the milestone as they get closer, the nervousness that would be about it. You're right, when it comes to the selection point of view, if you go off and get your first Test match 100, and not only is it difficult to drop you, but the argument for not selecting you over Devon Conway, I think you rebuff that by saying, well, I've got the 100 now.
Well, you get 2 ticks in the box, don't you? You get the tick in the consistency box, which is what he has been. And then you get the tick in the can get big totals box as well. Oh, those are handy runs. 4 of them. 4 byes, wides. What is it? It's byes.
Bit of bounce from Bashir there, but starting line was obviously far too straight, or just down the leg side. Runs that England can ill afford to give away. Lead now up to 315.
It's a bounce that's done Pope as well. Oh, short, rubbish one, and it's put away. That's what it deserved, and it got it. Very good over for Young in New Zealand, 115 for 1.
to the end here, fellas. High power, lads.
Right, I'll be back before then anyway.
So, just talking about, I think, the importance of a big total here for Young to make himself the incumbent Test opener. And here's his 50.
Yes.
Really good control. He got one sort of, it was not a let-off because he wasn't out. He was given out and he reviewed. But he scores attractive runs and he's got a full array of shots as well. And more nowadays he's prepared to play them. Also, what I like about Young is his ability to graft when required as well. But why I think it's so important that he converts this 50 into something really significant. This is his last chance in Test cricket till July. New Zealand go to Zimbabwe in July, and then they've got the West Indies pre-Christmas back here. So a year away. So that's a series in... So it's 6 months away before your next... More than 6 months away before your... 7 months away before your next Test match, and then it's this time next year. So he's got to put an exclamation mark on this.
You talk about selectors as well, Mark, and it's, I mean, the New Zealand side, probably apart from Will O'Rourke, they're not getting any younger. They're all in the sort of early 30-something, and if you're only playing 3 Test matches in a year, at what point do you, as a selector, you go, we might have to blood some get some younger blood in and make sure that, you know, we've got a conveyor belt coming through. So when you're not playing a lot of Test matches, sometimes that your age.
Well, it's slightly in the air and it's timed well. Desperate dive, 4 more. A little flurry of runs here for New Zealand. All of a sudden the lead has rocketed to 325 as well.
England have got fielders in the offside to cover Ben Stokes' ball and that little bit wider outside off stump. And it swung beautifully away from Kane Williamson, made him reach and play away from his body, but because he played it so late and he's looking to play with the swing, so he's trying to hit it a lot squarer, the class of the player came through there.
It was the carrot. It was the carrot ball though, and Williamson took it.
Yeah.
It was thrown up there. 2 actually hit into that point region in the air. Williamson was prepared to go after it, and that's why Stokes looks so frustrated.
You see England have got fielders in that area with balls gone in the air for a long period of time. Probably would have gone to hand if England had a fielder in probably the gully area on the edge of the circle. Bethel's at backward point, 2 catching in front of square.
$122 for 1.
Shah Bashir, who has gone for 16 off his 2 overs so far, but his team needs him in this final half out. There are some tired legs and some tired bodies.
Come on in, Basher.
And Stokes has bowled 7 overs. Kane Williamson on 38 from just 41.
Oh, yeah, run up.
Like the look of that one, it was tossed up for Williamson. Won't quite reach the ropes. A nice diving save by Crawley in the deep. Good evening to you, Katie Martin. Another long day in the sunshine.
Yeah, what a great day of cricket for New Zealand. It's been a great lead on the board. It's been hot. You can tell by Will Young. I mean, your top sticks against you from the sweat. It's a great partnership as well.
Oi. Right on. Moving back, moving back.
Kane scored off the last 9 deliveries, and I think the difference between this innings and the first innings is he's actually been able to rotate the strike. They very much kept that mid-wicket in place to the paces in that first innings. Faced a few dots, so rotating the strike nicely here.
Oi, nice bouncing, boy.
Just as we say that, he starts to build a few dot balls back again. It's been expressed by his standards, Kane Williamson. I think he understands the context of this match and where those bowlers will be.
Good bash, good bash.
So he's looked to play his shots, Kane Williamson. Nice foil for Will Young in this partnership.
Oh.
Dragged short, but he can't take advantage of that. So 2 back on the boundary on the onside for Williamson. Is man at long on, 1 at deep backward square. 1 on the cover boundary. On the onside.
Lovely bash.
Bit of a hedge your bets kind of field for Bashir as well. That man at wide fine or long leg. There to protect Bashir's numbers, as we saw in Christchurch as well. Roots under the lid. And short leg. Slip in place too.
Oi, lovely skills, boy.
Gets right on top of that one to finish the over. It's 1-2-4. Crowd has thinned a little on the bank, but it's been well patronised over this last couple of days. Weekend start for a test match, not often in New Zealand. It began yesterday, so good crowds both yesterday and today as Ben Stokes to bowl again from the city end. It'll be Young on strike. Will Young going past 50 in test matches for the 10th time in his career. He's got a high of 89. On the pull. And no good this time for Will Young. It's not going to be triple figures for him. It was pulled straight to the man at mid-wicket. Catch was taken. Jacob Bethel, should I say. And that will be very disappointing for Will Young, who was well set here for a big knock.
Perfect positioning in terms of the depth to be able to take that opportunity. England move to that short ball plan. He says again for the 11th time he is unable to convert to those 3 figures. The frustration continues for Young. Out for 60, 124 for 2.
Of 85 deliveries. The incoming black cap to the crease. New Zealand Test cap 286. Will O'Rourke.
Oh, Will O'Rourke. I reckon the English players are saying to him, oh, didn't you walk out at the start of the day and now he's walking out at the end of the day? A unique day of cricket for Will O'Rourke, who's also been on a hat-trick, 2 on 2 balls.
Well, of all the places he could have hit that too, Will Young, that's the worst. Jacob Bethel, well positioned. So good on that shot too, and that is why you can see the look. It probably wasn't even a look of disappointment as much as complete amusement, really, for Will Young, thinking to himself, goodness me. Opportunity late in the day, a tiring attack, and I've picked out Bethel. And here's Captain Block himself, Will O'Rourke. Geez, faced some balls this series, hasn't he? Twice a night watcher. He was a night watcher in the second test, and here he is again. Started the day with Mitch Santner, who resumed on 50 this morning, and they batted out an hour, these two together. Or Santner and O'Rourke together, should I say. Fends this one off.
I wonder what goes through Will Young's mind. I said yesterday that he's got out 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s a few times. I said 90s. I got a little enthusiastic with his top score of 89, so apologies on that. But it's one of those frustrating things. I remember Stephen Fleming was someone that got criticised a lot about the fact that he just couldn't, once he got that 50, he just couldn't get across the line and score that 100. And he said a lot about nerves. He said, you think about when you're getting close to a milestone, and some people know how many runs they've got, some people don't know how many runs that you've got, but whether it's just a little bit of tiredness or whether it's just all that hard work, once again, he's dismissed for 60, looked good, looked nice and tight in his play, and then just an innocuous sort of delivery, not too much venomous in it. It's the shortest delivery that he's faced all day. He has been so good down the ground. He'll be gutted, just the fact of getting an opportunity, not being able to convert that.
And just to pull the bat inside this one. I remember Stephen Fleming, as we have a look at this delivery, it would prove to be the downfall for Will Young. And there is the wicket ball. Genuine bouncer, length. It's one of two in that particular area of the pitch. Bowled to Young today. That is unlucky. But Stephen Fleming, I spoke to him about scoring centuries in test matches, and his response was he wished he had learned how to score centuries in first-class cricket. And there's a hint of a feather there, but nothing will come of that. And I remember at the time sort of giggling, he said, well, I'm glad you think it's funny. He didn't, and the reason was in that particular time in New Zealand cricket, he was the best on show, and there just weren't a lot of centuries in the mix, century makers in the mix, who were getting the elevation to test match cricket. So Stephen Fleming had to learn how to score centuries in the toughest format of the game at the highest level.
Well, there's no doubt that Will Young has the capability. He's done it in white ball cricket. I think he scored that 100 in Dunedin a couple of seasons ago against Pakistan from memory. Fantastic innings.
Well, O'Rourke, before heading out to bat today, had faced 112 deliveries in this series for 11 runs. It's 124 for 2.
Yeah, so looking at, in terms of Will Young's career, he's got out between 50 and 59 4 times, 60 and 69 3 times, and then 3 times between 70 and 89, 89 being his top score. So he's definitely been able to create those opportunities, done all the hard work, and that's probably the most frustrating thing as a batter. When you do the hard work, and you just can't get those 3 figures. And cricket is a game that, on paper, you do get measured by the runs and by those conversions.
Yeah, you talk about Fleming, 23 tests until he made his first test century for New Zealand. It's a long time. Would of course go on to lead New Zealand with distinction, and has become very much a sought-after coach in the world of T20 cricket these days, Stephen Fleming.
Fleming had scored 10 scores between 50 and before he could get those 3 figures. So it's not the easiest thing in a test match. 100 is what every opening batter wants to get. Not just that, but really just doubling it up. So yeah, it's unfortunate for Will Young.
That's a lovely shot. Just all class from Williamson, who I think would know that he's still got to keep the runs ticking over here, because New Zealand, due to that loss of Young, have maybe just let go of an opportunity to really put a nail in here. And he wasn't going to miss out on that.
Wait on. Oh, yeah. Wait on. You go, you go.
Williamson backing away this time. Gus Atkinson in the field does a good job. Still got the energy to save the runs. There might be a little increase in volume here, Katie Martin. You would have been chirping away at this point in the day, thinking, you know, another couple of quick wickets here. If we can do something to eke this out.
Get on that. Yes, bro.
Frustrate Williamson now that he knows he's got the night watcher at the other end, so he has to adjust how he plays, what opportunities he looks for. 128 for 2.
Root just walking past Kane Williamson. I wonder if they're saying, okay, well, this is how I play spin. No, this is how I want to play spin as well. Well, it's just mind games. 13 minutes to go in the day. Will O'Rourke wanting to try and face as many deliveries as he can. Could be that short ball plan. Some weird field sets here in terms of the angles that England have.
Potts is at a long stop. A fine leg Duckett, who's good 10 metres inside the rope. One slip in place, short leg. There's a leg gullion. It's unorthodox.
Something England have turned to a lot is just going to that short ball plan, and you see it so often that teams go quite late, 30 overs in, and they're not scared of going early. Feel like because he's been so good in terms of getting forward and defending Will O'Rourke, can they just get one to spit off the wicket, get him fending away, maybe then mix it up with having that in-swinging Yorker that we know that Ben Stokes is so good at doing.
He gets squared up on that one. Will O'Rourke, for all his defensive mettle, Stokes will be encouraged by that. Edge gone. Stokes finds a way through. O'Rourke can't last the distance, and the night watcher returns to the pavilion. New Zealand lose a third. 2 in the space of a couple of overs. And the squander's on here.
Just that angle back in meant that he had to play. There might have been a unique field that was set, but it was just pure traditional test bowling. Good line, good length, enough away. O'Rourke, all he could do is find the edge to Pope. He's out for a duck, 128 for 3.
The incoming black cap to the crease. New Zealand Test cap 282. Russian Rubikra.
It's weak that way.
Rachin Ravindra will join Kane Williamson at the crease. Went past 1,000 test runs in the first innings. And he's there because of this. Line and length, Ben Stokes, just a little bit of movement off the pitch. And Will O'Rourke looking to defend high on the bat. Pope took an easy catch. It's good bowling from Stokes. Late in the day, New Zealand lose second wicket inside 4 runs. So a late flurry of action here for England, and again Stokes is just putting people anywhere.
There might be one of those mind games that you're not sure where we're going to bowl. Are you going to bowl short or keep them at the crease? And that's why we saw Will O'Rourke didn't really move his feet too far because he wasn't quite sure, was it going to be a short delivery or not. It's a field set for the short plan. That leg gully's gone across into traditional gully. Could be a bluff play here. No one really in front of his eye line straight here, Rachin Ravindra.
Ravindra pulls this away along the ground. Just the single to get off the mark.
I think he's saying, mate, you've just sent the night watchman out. I've got a short ball field set for you and you've taken it on first delivery. If you got out now and you lost one, brought the night watcher out, and then you went out as well, then who else are you sending out from the pavilion?
Well, there is, by our reckoning, around about 7.5 minutes left, so probably time to finish this over. One more, potentially 2. But another breakthrough here for England, and they'll feel that they're right back in this. This was a chance for New Zealand to really bury England through tonight. And they'll be disappointed they haven't quite gone on with it. Still plenty to come from a batting point of view, of course, heading into day 3. And it was statement time, 3-3-3 the lead.
Still think there's plenty of batting to come for New Zealand. If both of these players can be there tomorrow, lights fading, they'll be able to get a good rest. Day 3, tiring bowlers. Still got power to come with likes of Mitchell, Phillips, Blundell as well. They can score quickly if need be.
Nicely driven. He's played that shot beautifully today, Kane Williamson. And he has looked absolutely class doing it too. 1-3-3 for 3.
Just so good at seeing, reacting to what comes his way. Just track the ball nice and late. All he had to do was hold the face on top of the ball and play that nice and straight down the ground. If you think about this 2024 year and how many runs that Joe Root has actually scored, to think this is England's 17th test match. From memory, Kane has played 9 test matches this 2024. So Joe Root has scored a truckload of runs this year, but where Kane Williamson is at the moment, the aggregate amount of runs, if he played 17 test matches, he would likely surpass him. As well, his 2024 is gone, alongside Rachin Ravindra as well. 2 really important batters for New Zealand.
Yeah, and quite aside from the injury concerns, it just shows the disparity, doesn't it, between England, who I think will finish this World Test Championship cycle with 23 tests, and New Zealand with 14. So the numbers in a calendar year need to be asterisked for mine. Certainly in a World Test Championship cycle.
Oi, lovely bash.
Another point system brings into percentages so it accounts for the difference in the number of tests played, but there's no bearing on the test figures of the individuals.
Oi, nice bash.
Watchful, respectful, counting down to the close of play. They'll certainly get through another over after this from Bashir. 3 dot balls. And this is now about surviving the next 9 balls for Rachin Ravindra.
Oh, yeah, nice bash.
Come back nicely too, Shah Bashir. I know the game changed slightly with the loss of a couple of wickets, but New Zealand looked to go after him early. His first 2 overs going for 16, and he's pulled that back now.
Oh, Bash, great set, Bash. Awesome,
And
Bash.
seen off for the day, Shah Bashir. It's still 1-3-3 for 3. Stokes going to the short ball straight away. Should be the final over of the day. New Zealand will resume in a very good position tomorrow. Although they'll be very keen to seal for the next 5 balls. Williamson on 48.
Stokes has just slightly changed. He's coming around the wicket. Joe Root's going to come into short leg just to try and tuck him into that rib line. Then Duckett's still there just in case he does look to thrash it on the offside and get a high edge.
Off the hip, Williamson will take the single, moves to 49.
He's been such an important player for New Zealand, just for those others to bat around, to be able just to have, as they say, steady the ship, to be able to allow players like Rachin Ravindra to play their more natural, aggressive game. England have followed that quite well in this series in terms of that wider plan. He's that type of guy that is mature, he's silky in his play, Rachin Ravindra, and someone that does have a hunger for runs. I'm going to go back to that same field, short ball planned field.
Oh, Ravindra plays it down nicely, in full control of the shot, which is trusting indeed, given how this pitch is played today. Williamson will be back on strike and on 49.
A bit stiff on the night watchman, to be honest.
Bit stiff on the night watchman. One of the words of Ben Stokes.
Friendly fire out there. I think he said to, well, you sent the night watchman out, now you're playing shots like that. It's not very fair on Will O'Rourke, who started the day trying to save you guys as well.
Oh, there's plenty of chat between these two teams. That'll do it. Kane Williamson goes past 50 yet again. A 38th Test half century for the little man. And he loves batting at Seddon Park. That's the 6th 50 here. And the most 50s at any single New Zealand venue by a New Zealander.
He sort of felt like he's never been in, he said, in the last couple of days, but just the way that he plays, the approach, waiting on the ball, forcing the bowlers to bowl in his strength areas. He's had some nice control with a higher strike rate than what we've usually seen from Kane Williamson.
He just keeps on producing. Kane Williamson, New Zealand's best. And there are plenty more runs in him yet, if this is any indication. 2 balls to come. Gets the head out of the way of this one. Rachin Ravindra, not tempted, and Stokes asks why. He's been tempted on everything else. Simply incredible. We have been blessed to live in a time watching that man bat, what he has done for his country. And Ravindra will let this one go, and that will do it for today. Day 2 of the test comes to an end. New Zealand lead by 340 runs with 7 wickets in hand. It's been a dominant day for the Kiwis. Start of the day, batted an hour, added some crucial runs to the overnight total. 347 they posted in their first innings. England, in reply, bowled out for 143 in just 35.4 overs. And New Zealand now 136 for 3. And will probably be a little disappointment to have lost a couple of those wickets. Latham went for 19. Chopped on off the bowling of Gus Atkinson. Will Young made a nice looking 60 before pulling straight to Bethel at mid-wicket off the bowling of Stokes. And O'Rourke just got a good delivery from Stokes, did enough off the pitch, took the edge and Pope did the rest. And there is the bowling card. Stokes getting through 10 overs. He really has taken the lion's share today from a bowling point of view. So the captain digging in when he's required. The match situation, New Zealand 340 run lead. We're going to take a very short break here on TVNZ. Thanks for your company today. We'll be back with more after this.
From 2 so far. Santner is the man who, if he can get strike this morning, will no doubt try and add whatever runs he can at a pace. And so England's ambition